This meeting is now reconvened at 5:01 p.m. Board members present are Trustee Dygart, Trustee Villaseca Ocampo, Trustee Santos, Trustee Sung, and Trustee Dr. Lira. I would like to ask everyone to please silence all cell phones. Please rise for a moment of silent meditation, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and honors to the Texas flag. Today's pledge leader is Cadet Amy Garcia, and she will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and honors to the Texas flags. I would like to ask Trustee Sung to introduce the pledge leader, since Wisdom High School is one of her schools in her district.
Cadet Amy Garcia is the commander of the JROTC Battalion at Wisdom High School. She will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the Texas flag. Cadet Garcia has a 3.0 GPA and has distinguished herself in JROTC, academics, and community support activities. She is a member of the Wisdom High School Student Council and the co-commander of the physical fitness team. Cadet Garcia is also a member of the JROTC marksmanship team. After graduating from high school, she plans to attend Prairie View A&M University to study biology. Congratulations.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Cadet Garcia.
We've also been joined by Ms. Skiller-Jones. We are now ready for the special recognition portion of our meeting. This month, we are highlighting a school that's in District 5. I want to recognize DeBakey High School's orchestra, which played in the lobby under the direction of Carlos Guillermo Jung. I hope you had a chance to enjoy their performance. Next, we want to do, I would like now, wait, she's here. We're going to go ahead and do Employee of the Month. We are proud to recognize HISD's Employee of the Month for April with Carla Stevens, Assistant Superintendent of Research and Accountability, along with Carla Williams Howray. Please step forward for this presentation, and we've been joined by Ms. Trustee Adams.
Thank you, President Davila, Superintendent Lathan, all of the trustees. I am so excited to be here this evening to introduce our April coming up Employee of the Month, Ms. Carla Williams Howray, who is the Distinguished Business Operations Team Lead for the Department of Research and Accountability. And before I read the commendation, I would like everybody who is a family, friend, or colleague who's here to support Carla, please stand up. You can see she's loved by a lot of people. So I would like to read the commendation for meritorious service for Carla Williams Howray. The Houston Independent School District is pleased to recognize Carla Williams Howray as Employee of the Month for April 2019 in appreciation for her outstanding contributions as the Business Operations Team Lead for the Department of Research and Accountability. In this role, Ms. Williams Howray manages an administrative team and multiple budgets while providing daily support to her department's professional staff. She furnishes executive-level assistance to all team members, regardless of their position or their tenure in the department. She consistently prioritizes the needs of others over her own, such as giving of her own office equipment to a new team member until more supplies could be ordered. She wins the cooperation and support for her department from other internal and external entities through the power of her personality. She is kind, persistent, patient, and persuasive. No one says no to Carla. And in fact, anyone who knows the department knows who's actually in charge of the department, and it's that Carla. Outside of work, Ms. Williams-Howray is a passionate parent advocate and has served on numerous nonprofit faith and community-based boards. She volunteers with outreach programs that focus on children and families with children of autism, as well as programs for at-risk youth. She is active in her church and is a certified spiritual counselor. We, the Board of Education and Interim Superintendent of Schools, commend Carla Williams-Howray for her outstanding service and express our sincere appreciation for her dedication and commitment to the staff, students, and families of HISD. Signed, Houston, Texas, this 21st day of March 2019. Would you like to say anything?
I'm going to say, hi, Dr. Layton. I wrote something down so I wouldn't get nervous. First, I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Layton, the board, the HISD family and community for this amazing recognition and this spotlight. I am beyond words, extremely humbled, grateful, and very surprised. During these 26 years, yes, I've been here 26 years. I know I look 20. Here at HISD, I have just about seen everything. But one thing I do know about HISD and I will continue to have faith to believe that we are resilient, solid, and we have a genuine compassion for the students of HISD. To my amazing leader, Assistant Superintendent Carla Stevens, and to the super smart, talented, awesome research and accountability team, I share this spotlight with you. Without you, there would be no admin team, there would be no me. The volume of work that our team produces every single day is incredible. Thank you so much for your presence, support, and making this day super special. They gave me a special party today. And allowing me to support you as we support the children, the remarkable students of HISD. To my amazing husband and my little big prince, Jalen. My mom, in her absence, my sister, Della, who is a HISD teacher at Stevenson Middle School, and friends who came out to support me. Thank you so much for your presence, love, and support. Last but not least, as we stand in solidarity, I can't get the word today. I'm nervous today to support, love, and embrace World Down Syndrome Awareness Day in our blue and yellow. Here's my blue, and here's my yellow. I would like to ask everyone in this room, along with the HISD family and community, to also join me in the same affection to light up the blue in April for Autism Awareness Month. Again, thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask my colleagues, Trustee Adams, along with Madison High School Principal Carlotta Brown and Coach Anthony Fields, to please step forward to the podium for a special recognition. Oh, yes. Do we have the video?
We have come together to celebrate the victory of the Madison Marlins girls basketball team. We wanted just to highlight you all on a tremendous season that you all have had this year. So give yourself a round of applause. You all should be very proud of your accomplishments.
My biggest word to describe the whole year is, I got your back. I got your back because I know I need to stay eligible. I got your back because I know I need to stay out of trouble because there's only 5 of us. I got to have your back because we're a team. What they say, teamwork
Makes the dream work.
makes the dream work.
I'm saying determination and grit. Determination, because it takes more than to be out there on the court, running up and down the court, fighting against the opposing team and 5 players. You are great examples of how girls who play sports can persevere and be determined, work hard, and be successful. So congratulations. I'm super proud of you.
You can't see off the glass in the middle. The key to working with 5 players was communication. We help each other. So if we down, we all pick each other up.
Man, she gonna make sure if she can't see anybody, she gonna pass it back. And then she gonna see Martha. Martha gonna do her little fake and do whatever she gotta do. I got this. I'm gonna get top. You know what?
It's good to be in sports because you, at the end, you always have a family. You always gain friends. You lose friends. You just find out who really got your back.
I see myself come back and talking to the young ladies and telling them that they can achieve something just because somebody tell them that they can't. Do it anyway. Strive for your best. If you want to play football and you're going to play football, don't let nobody tell you, oh, you can't play football just because you're a girl. That doesn't mean anything. So strive for your best and work hard at what you're going to do, and it's going to work out in the end.
I love my team. I really do. Because I know they got me. Even after this is done, we still going to have each other's back or whatever. I just want to say this is an amazing season.
They did a wonderful job. And if I had 5 more the next year just like this, that would be grand.
Let them all go me. Let them all go 3. 1, 2, 3. Let them all.
First of all, Madam President, thank you so much for allowing this video to be shown. Many of you know that March is International Women's Month, and I want to make sure that we highlight these young ladies. What you may not know is that I'm a basketball player, and that's how I was able to go to college, was on a full basketball scholarship. And I know the importance of girls' sports. And you may not know that girls' sports in HISD is on a decline in HISD. Girls are not playing sports like they used to play sports. And so this is very dear to me. But what stuck out the most is that these young ladies, who I'm getting ready to call up now, went an entire season only with 5 girls when you have 12 to 10 on a team. 5. And in one game, one of the young ladies was hurt, and they had to play an entire game with only 4 girls. 4 girls. So yes, I know we have many district champs throughout the district, but this is special. No one can say that they went 14-0 with 5 girls. So the Lady Marlins are 2019 district champs. The girls varsity team completed the seasons with only the 5 players that was mentioned and 5 players in each game with no bench time. No bench time. So this is Coach Anthony Fields. We credit his team's success to, prayer, through God, through luck, the Madison winning tradition over the past 20 to 25 years. He's been a coach for 28 years and have seen about 50 girls going to college with basketball scholarships. And I also played against Madison. And I want to thank Councilmember Martha Castix Tatum. She was a basketball player. And of course, Police Officer B. Washington Phillips. She played at Madison High School. And those are the young ladies that you saw in the video. Had the opportunity to play against both of those young ladies. And we're so honored to, Okay, and so what we want to do is recognize these young ladies, and as I call your name, if you would please come forward. I know Principal Carlotta was in traffic. I don't know if she made it yet. And who's the new principal of Madison High School? We would like to recognize Miss Rachel Johnson, 2019 District Girls Varsity Basketball Championship. I don't know why they acting shy now, right? Carmen Lovo, 2019 District Girls Varsity. Thank you. Tasmeen Maxwell. This is a new principal of Madison High School, everybody. Yamon Simeon. Kendra Wilson. I call her taller than me. And what's so makes special about Kendra, she is a student at South Early College, and she will be receiving her associate's degree before her high school degree, so she leaves there to come play at Madison. And of course, Coach Anthony Fields. And of course, Principal Carlotta Brown, Madison High School Lady Marlins. So now you're official Marlins. Madam President and Superintendent Latham, would you please join me down here, please? Thank you. Front photo, thank you.
Really short people get to stay. How are you doing? Oh, the mighty morning.
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the board, Ms. Adams, and our new principal, Ms. Brown. This is something that we didn't think would happen with 5 girls, and they go 14-0. But what I would like for those girls, more than anything, I would go 0-14 if I could take all those kids and get them in college on a free ride. That's the most important thing for me. Again, thank you, the board, and Ms. Adams for this award.
Thank you so much. Can you give a round of applause one more time? That's 5 in the old team. I would have got tired in second quarter. Y'all don't understand.
Thank you. I couldn't imagine going overtime like that Rockets game last night. Next, we would like to ask Ms. Julia Andrews to come forward to the podium for our final recognition from the Harris Department of Education, Harris County.
And fellow board member. Yes. From A.
Hello, hello. Well, good evening. President Davila, members of the board, Superintendent Latham. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. My name is Darlene Bro, and this is Julia Andrews. I'm the director of the Research and Evaluation Institute.
And I'm the School Culture and Climate Specialist.
And we're from Harris County Department of Education. We're here tonight on behalf of HCDE to honor the special partnership that we have with Houston ISD. As you know, HCDE exists to support the public education in Harris County by offering services and initiatives with the 25 districts in Harris County. But you may not know this, but in 2017-18, HCDE was involved with HISD. 12 out of our 15 HCDE divisions worked with your district, ranging from Business Services, Center for Grants Development, Center for Safe and Secure Schools, Case for Kids, School-Based Therapy, and the Teaching and Learning Center. Last year, we provided professional development through the Center for Safe and Secure Schools to 569 teachers and educators in HISD. Our after-school program positively impacted 4,287 students and 2,705 students and 1,948 teachers and educators received services through our occupational and physical therapy services. We also provided access to our business services trainings through our School Finance Council. Our Center for Grants Development provided monthly listings for classroom and teacher and student grants, fellowships, and awards. We are very proud of our continued collaboration and how together we positively impact our students, schools, staff, and the local community. Tonight, we have a couple small gifts for you to commemorate our continued collaboration and partnership. So, we would like to present Houston ISD in recognition of supporting students, student achievement, and staff excellence for the 2018-19 school year. Also, we would like your participation, recognize your participation with our district, with the Center for Safe and Secure Schools, and we would like to thank Julie Burris Richardson for her participation as well. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here tonight to highlight a few of our ways that HCDE and HISD work together to provide a better tomorrow for those we both serve. And I also have a packet of information here that further describes how we have worked together so well.
We have certificates
and Dr. Latham.
We need one more. We need another set of hands.
Another set of hands.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You got it. Oh. Oh, okay.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
This is ours too.
Yes, this is yours.
One more presentation for TAPSY. It's held under mine. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. So she can just stay. Dr. Latham, we have one more presentation on switching roles.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll leave this ready. Okay.
Good evening. One more. Madam President, distinguished members of the Board of Trustees, and Dr. Ganita Latham. I am Dr. Christopher Pichon. I am the Financial Secretary for the TAPSY, or TAPSY, the Texas Alliance of Black School Educators. I also serve as chairperson for the Thomas Randall Demonstration District. As a former HISD product, as well as beginning my educational career in the district, I am super excited to stand before you today to recognize and celebrate Dr. Latham, the Board of Trustees, and the entire HISD family for being recognized as a 2019 TAPSY Demonstration District for our organization. Last month at our state conference in Galveston, Texas, Dr. Latham and her leadership team performed an outstanding presentation, left participants from across the state of Texas and beyond amazed with the tremendous work that the district is doing, closing academic and opportunity gaps for students, transforming communities and students, and building leadership and instructional capacity, for focusing on and achieving advanced student performance and student growth. We applaud and recognize HISD for the tremendous work. Dr. Latham showed off the expert leadership that you guys see and experience every single day. And on behalf of our president, Dr. McLeod, we would like to recognize and applaud the tremendous work that Dr. Latham and the entire district of Houston ISD is doing to make a difference in the lives of students. We'd like to say thank you, Dr. Latham, for not just selling for excellence, but striving for greatness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very unexpected. We are now ready to move on to Dr. Latham. We'll begin with the superintendent's priority items. Colleagues, please hold your questions until the presentation is complete. Dr. Latham.
Good evening. I'm going to ask Ms. Stevens if she would come up. Tonight, trustees, we have 2 reports for you. We have the Achieve 180 Progress Toward Goals and Objectives, Part B. We presented Part 1 in the fall, and we also have our Goal Progress Monitoring presentation for 1.1, 3.1, and 3.2. Ms. Stevens.
Good evening again, President Davila, trustees, and Dr. Latham. This first presentation is going to be on Achieve 180. As we said, this is Part B. We did the Part 1, or Part A, of the program evaluation for 2017-18 in June, and we're now doing the part with all of the data and the outcomes for 17-18 school year. I'm trying to hit this, just the highlights, but even the highlights, there's quite a few of them. The entire report is actually 256 pages, so this is where all the good stuff is, but I just want to hit some of the highlights this evening. I do want to recognize the research specialist and research manager who spent all of their time on this report, Dr. Ngozi Kamau and Dr. Lissa Heckelman in the front row. They are the ones who are instrumental in creating both the Part A and the Part B reports. So, as we said, the Part B report is basically looking at the outcomes for 2017-18 as far as how whether we met the goals and objectives. And there are a number of indicators showing both the baseline and then our year 1 results. We have the logic model that we used for 2017-18. I know that Dr. Adams has been presenting to you the new revised 2018-19 logic model. That will be included then and will drive the evaluation that we're currently in the middle of for the 18-19 school year. But we wanted to make sure we showed the logic model that we used that drove this year 1 evaluation. Then we also have the list of 44 schools that were in Achieve 180 in 17-18. That's what the outcomes in this report are going to be about. I know throughout this year you've been seeing a lot of outcomes for the new 18-19 school year Achieve 180, and those will be included in our year 2 evaluations. So one of the first outcomes that I wanted to show is just enrollment, to be able to look over the last 3 years. And you can see that the Achieve 180 program schools as a whole decreased enrollment by just a little bit, but not by very much. The superintendent schools actually increased their enrollment from 6,400 to 6,600. And we also saw an increase in enrollment for the tertiary group of schools. When you look at the school leader appraisal ratings to see did we have campuses that actually had effective or highly effective leaders leading them, the top set of bars are going to be the baseline data from 16-17 using the prior year's appraisal system, and then the bottom set of bars would be for year one. And you can see that the blue percentage are the appraisal ratings of a level 3 effective, and we increased the percent of campuses that had an effective leader in that year one for the 2017-18 school year from 40% to 50%. And you can see for each one of the groups of schools, superintendent schools, primary group, and tertiary group, those three groups also increased the percent of leaders that were leading those campuses as being effective. And of course for 18-19, we hope to see that continue to increase. Looking at effective teachers, this is also saying for that first row is for the 16-17, so a baseline information based on the prior year's appraisal rating of effective or highly effective teachers. The second row, or the blue bars, are for the year one, 2017-18. And for the Achieve 180 schools, you can see we increased by 5 percentage points the number of effective or highly effective teachers at those campuses. Still not as high as we are at the district or the non-Achieve 180 schools, but definitely starting to close the gap. And you can see we also had increases when you looked at the superintendent schools, the primary group, and the tertiary group of schools. For teacher attendance, we saw increases across the board, but at the Achieve 180 program schools, we saw a greater increase in attendance and actually a higher attendance rate than the district overall and the non-Achieve 180 schools. We also saw increases at each one of the superintendent primary, secondary, and tertiary group schools. The next thing I want to look at is the Renaissance results. This is going to be for the reading and math using the Renaissance Universal Screener, looking at the BOY and the EOY. The green section of the bars is what we really want to focus on and make sure that that increases, because that's the percent at or above benchmark, or the 40th percentile. So the increases in those green sections, as specifically when you look at that top row for Achieve 180, they had increases from BOY to EOY at every single assessment, reading and math, English and Spanish. When you compare it to the non-Achieve 180 for the early literacy in English, the Achieve 180 program increased by 17 percentage points, going from 24% of the students at or above benchmark to 41%. That's a 17 percentage point increase. That's greater than at the non-Achieve 180 campuses that went from 42 to 53, or an 11 percentage point. So starting to close the gap there. However, in all of the other assessments, the non-Achieve 180 campuses continued to show more increases than the Achieve 180, but we are pleased that all of the Achieve 180 groups did show increases. The next section we want to look at is for the CTE students. These are the distribution of CTE courses for students who are actually taking CTE. So are they taking a regular course, just an individual one-off CTE course, or a coherent sequence of courses? And the blue bars are the coherent sequence. We want to see the blue bars increase. And you can see that for the Achieve 180 program, we increased coherent sequence course takers from 63% to 72%. So a much greater increase than what we saw at the non-Achieve 180. And we also saw that for all of the groups, well, not all the groups, but specifically for the primary group, secondary group, and the tertiary group. The secondary group only has one high school, and that one high school made a tremendous effort to move the kids from just taking individual CTE courses to actually being coded as a CTE coherent sequence of courses, which is why their numbers changed from 99 and 1 to 32 and 68. We also want to look at the CTE certification pass rate. We only have 1 year of data available currently on this one. So for 2017-18, you can see for the Achieve 180 program, nearly 84% of the students pass their CTE certification. That still is less than the district as a whole in non-Achieve 180, but an 84% pass rate is actually very good. And what's also exciting is that 3 of the 6 Achieve 180 high schools had pass rates at or above 97%. So they're really moving to make sure that the students in CTE take CTE certification courses and exams and pass them. What this chart is looking at is advanced placement exams, but it's really showing the change, and we want to show positive change in the number of students tested and change in the number of tests taken. So making sure students are actually having that opportunity to be in AP courses and sit for and take AP exams. And so a larger percentage, you can see both the blue and gold bars, increased for the Achieve 180 program and for all of the Achieve 180 groups of schools, where the district as a whole actually decreased by just a little bit the number of students who were taking AP exams or the number of exams taken. So we're seeing a positive trend at the Achieve 180 campuses in participation in AP. Now here's performance in AP. So this is looking at the percent of students who scored at a 3 or higher. So even though the Achieve 180 program, you can see, is at 17.6%, it's not very high, but it is an increase from the prior year. And but we also saw increases in the district and the non-Achieve 180. The primary group and the tertiary group, the increases seen at those groups of schools were actually greater than that shown as the increase at the district level. For the college readiness exam participation, when you look at the PSAT data, that's going to be comparing the fall 2016, so that's 16-17 school year, and the fall of 2017, so that would have been year 1 of Achieve 180. And you can see for the blue bars, which is the Achieve 180 program, they increased the percent of students who were actually taking PSAT by 7.3 percentage points, which exceeded the increase of the non-Achieve 180 campuses. So they're really pushing to try to get more and more of their kids actually taking the PSAT exams. Now, the SAT and ACT data are lagging data, so both of them are actually kind of baseline prior to Achieve 180 being implemented. So it just gives us an idea really for 2 years of where the Achieve 180 and non-Achieve 180 program is, and we're hoping that we're able to see then more increases when the class of 2018 data, which would have been the first year of the Achieve 180 program, comes out for SAT and ACT. And when you look at examination performance for PSAT, again, that actually would be for the fall of 2016-17 compared to the fall of 2017-18. We did see an increase in evidence-based reading and writing. That's what ERW stands for. Went from 21.6% to 22.1%. Again, it's still quite a low rate, but it increased by 0.5, where the district overall decreased. So there's still showing some improvement for the A180 campuses, but in math, both the district and A180 did show a decrease. When you look at the SAT performance, again, both of these are going to be baseline data because we don't have the class of 2018 data in yet for this report. You can see that they were actually starting to be on the right path, even though those rates are low for SAT and ACT. And we hope that once the full year of Achieve 180 data are in, that we'll continue to see improvements there. The next thing is the attendance rates. Now you'll notice for the district, for non-Achieve 180 and all of the groups, attendance rates declined by a little bit. That's not surprising given what happened in 2017-18 because that was the year of Hurricane Harvey. So 2017-18 for attendance is going to be one of those anomaly years. So we'll just have to see what happens when the 18-19 comes in, and I know the initial data that Dr. Adams has been presenting to you all each month is showing that attendance rates are starting to look very good. The same is true for our chronic absence rates. The chronic absence rates increased for the district, non-Achieve 180, Achieve 180, again, most likely attributed to Harvey, except for the primary group. Primary group actually decreased from 13.2 to 12.6%. So they kind of bucked the trend. And we'll continue to see what happens then for the 18-19 rates. The next slide looks at disciplinary actions per 100 students, and those abbreviations stand for in-school suspensions, out-of-school suspensions, disciplinary alternative education program placements, and juvenile justice alternative education. And the green boxes are the ones where it shows that there has been an improvement from the prior year. And if you look at that last set of cumulative changes, all of the green negatives show where there's been improvement, and you'll see that the Achieve 180 program and the different groups of schools, like superintendent schools, secondary and tertiary, had fairly significant decreases per 100 students in the number of in-school suspensions and out-of-school suspensions compared to the decreases that we're seeing for the district overall. Even though the rates still tend to be higher than the district, the improvements are putting them on the right track. When you look at promotion rates of students in grades 1 through 8, first of all, you can see that all of the rates exceed 96%, which is quite good. There are slight decreases for the Achieve 180 in all of the different groups of schools, but they still are within 1 percentage point of the non-Achieve 180 campuses. The next set of information is looking at a survey that was given to Title I parents, and we broke out the data between Title I all HISD schools, which are the blue bars, Title I non-Achieve 180 schools, which are the green bars, and the Title I Achieve 180 schools, which are all the Achieve 180 schools, which are the gold bars. And parents, you can see in that first set, a larger percentage of parents at the Achieve 180 program schools said that the school communicates with them in a timely manner. So the communication was better as seen by parents at the Achieve 180 schools. It was very similar, though a little bit lower, talking about the school encourages me to observe my child. And actually, it's when you look at the last question, it's lower than the other two groups, but it still is nearly 85% of the parents said, I am satisfied with my school providing skills and education necessary to be successful at the next level for my child. So it is lower than the other two groups of schools, but still is at 85%. And we're hoping after the next 2 years, where already the survey for 2019 is going to be released in a couple of weeks, and it will be open till the end of the year, and we're hoping to get more information then from parents at that point. Some of the other questions that were asked were, what are the barriers for them participating in school activities? And you can see all of the parents, not all the largest group of parents, 41 to 49% were showing that it was conflicting with their work or their personal schedule, that it was hard for them to participate just because of their schedules. The next one was because of child care or family member care. They were unaware of the event, and then transportation. And you can see actually for the Title I Achieve 180 schools, transportation was a little bit more of an issue for them than the other groups of schools. And then ways to improve school support for their children to learn at home. The Achieve 180 Title I program schools, larger percents of parents indicated what kinds of help they needed. 52% said that they really want help with specific subjects or core skills. That's kind of their number one focus. Their next one at 43% was wanting help on tests, most likely STAR and other classroom tests. The next one was 39% wanted textbooks for learning at home, and then followed by help with social skills and peer pressure, followed by providing parents learning materials that they could understand so that they could better support their children. And I also want to talk a little bit about STAR scores, but this is different than the data that we've been providing you up to this point. We've been showing the 2017 data and the 2018 data. You all had asked for a cohort analysis. So this analysis that is put in this report is a cohort analysis that's actually looking at students who are matched pairs that have data in 2 years. So it's taking your grades 3 through 7 students in 2017, matching it to the grades 4 through 8 data in 2018. So students who have 2 years of data following them. So that first row of bars are going to be how the students did in 2017, and the bottom row of bars are going to be how they did in 2018. So the best way to look at these charts is really to look at the orange bars and see if the orange bars are going down. The orange bars did not meet the test or didn't pass. Obviously, we want the approaches, meets, and masters to increase, but we know those are going to increase if the percent of students failing is decreasing. So when you look at the orange bars in reading, for the district, we went from 35% not meeting down to 32%, so the district showed a 3 percentage point improvement. Non-Achieve 180 also did a 3 percentage point improvement. But when you look at the Achieve 180 campuses, even though they have a higher failure rate, they improved it by 5 percentage points. They dropped it from 52 to 47. So a much larger gain or improvement at the Achieve 180 campuses. And for the superintendent schools, they dropped their failure rate by 5 percentage points, primary group by 7 percentage points, secondary group by 8 percentage points, and the tertiary group by 3 percentage points. All of those met or exceeded the district's improvement in scores. And then we'll do the same analysis for math. Again, looking at those orange bars, wanting to make sure that those are decreasing. You can see for the district in math, we dropped from 29% that did not meet to 25%. That's an improvement of 4 percentage points. Non-Achieve 180 campuses improved by 3 percentage points, but the Achieve 180 schools went from 48 to 42, which is a 6 percentage point improvement. So greater improvement than did the district or the non-Achieve 180 campuses. Superintendent schools dropped by 6 percentage points, primary group by 4, the secondary group by 11 percentage points, and the tertiary group by 4. Again, we know that these failure rates are still higher than we want them to be. We understand that. I know a lot of work is being made on that, but they're showing improvement greater than the district had, so we're on the right path. Now we're looking at the STAR EOCs. This is not a cohort analysis. This is information that you all have seen previously. This is looking at just a sample of English 1 and Algebra 1. All of the rest of the data is in the large report that you have. And this shows when you look at the dark blue to light blue, that's the approaches grade level. And the district showed an increase on English 1 of 3 percentage points, going to 48 to 51%. The Achieve 180, even though lower than the district, they improved by 6 percentage points, so starting to close that gap. And then the Achieve 180 schools office increased by 7 percentage points, while the superintendent schools increased by 2. When you look at algebra, the district went from a 70 to a 73 at the percent approaches. That's a 3 percentage point increase. But when you look at the Achieve 180 schools, again, even though it's lower than the district, going from 55 to 62 is a 7 percentage point increase. So a much larger improvement than we saw at the district level. So again, starting to close those gaps. Achieve 180 schools office increased by 4 points, but the superintendent schools, they increased by 14 percentage points, going from 51% to 65% at the approaches grade level in algebra. And one of the last things that I want to show is the TEA accountability ratings. This is for the 2017-18. The district as a whole originally had 6 campuses identified as improvement required, but 2 of those schools closed. So Victory Prep and Candy Stripe would come out of that number for the 4 that you all are aware of. So we currently in 18-19 are operating with 4 improvement required schools because we closed 2. Not rated Harvey are 17 campuses, and the district as a whole had 92% meet standards. That's 252 campuses. When you compare that with the Achieve 180 schools, we actually had one campus that was improvement required, but that was Victory Prep South, and we've closed it. So for 18-19, those 44 campuses, none of them are actually rated improvement required. 10 of them are not rated Harvey, and 33 met standards. So of the 44 Achieve 180 campuses in 17-18, 33 of them met standard. We also know that of the 27 campuses that were IR, one of them was closed, which was VPrep K-8. 19 of those met standard, and 7 of them were not rated Harvey. So they are a subset of that Achieve 180 group. And the very last slide is just a reminder of how you all as a board did on your board goals, because the goals for the Achieve 180 program are the same as the board goals. The program is, the intent is to match and to improve and make sure that the district meets the board goals by supporting those lowest campuses. So as you all recall, we've presented before that on goal 1, we did meet our 3 percentage point increase of students being at grade level in reading and writing, going from 37 to 40. We also met or exceeded our goal 2, which was to increase graduates meeting the global graduate standard. We went from 68 to 77. The goal was 70, but we now know that we've readjusted that to be the CCMR, or actually now the CCR, and that's at 53. The goal 3 is making sure we have at least a 3 percentage point increase in students who had previously not been satisfactory on the STAR reading or math, showing at least a year's worth of growth, meeting the growth progress measures. We went from 57 to 64%, so we met or exceeded our goal with that one. So all of the work with Achieve 180 is also helping the district to meet the board goals. And with that, I conclude the Achieve 180 presentation.
Thank you. I'd also like to recognize that we were joined during the presentation by Trustee Jones. Colleagues, questions? Trustee Wanda Adams? You're on here. You must have accidentally pushed it. Ms. Sung?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Lathan. Thank you, Ms. Stevens, for the presentation and for all of the work on this evaluation, and of course all of the work that we did for this program. So I'm happy to see surveys, parent surveys, as part of this. I think it's really informative to hear what parents are thinking about their schools and the challenges. I'm wondering, what did the participation rates look like in those surveys? Are we satisfied with those?
I don't have that information off the top of my head. It would be included in the report.
Okay.
And it's also part of our Title I Parent and Family Engagement Report as well. Because that was, the survey was done as part of our Title I Parent program that we have to evaluate every year. So this is a subset of that data. So like I said, I don't have the participation rates off the top of my head, but I do believe it is in the report.
Okay, that makes sense. Because part of what I wonder is when we're comparing survey results from Achieve 180 schools and the non-Achieve 180 schools, are the survey rates comparable between those two groups, or do you wonder if there's a difference, and then that drives some of the way you would interpret those results?
Yeah,
but you don't recall that offhand. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then on the final, and thank you, by the way, for the cohort analysis. That's really illuminating and really encouraging, too, to see that these interventions are making a difference for students, as they progress from one year to the next. So the last slide you presented was with regards to goals, right?
Yes.
And how Achieve 180 is aligned with all of the goals that we have posted here. So I'm wondering, to what degree is Achieve 180 driving the district's achievement of the goals? Because it's a substantial section of the district, right? And is the trend similar for non-Achieve 180 schools, or are Achieve 180 schools out kind of outpacing the district and thereby driving these results?
So the star performance that I showed both this time and in previous presentations, the improvements made by the Achieve 180 campuses have exceeded that of the district. So that would also, that would be part of the goal 3 and also part of goal 1. So if we're actually showing increases in the improvement and we're actually at the Achieve 180 campuses improving faster than the district is improving, that's going to be a part of that. Now, the Achieve 180 campuses, that's 44 schools out of 280. So all the other campuses also have to be focused on to make sure that we're actually going to meet those goals. We can't just be focusing on the Achieve 180. But the improvements at the Achieve 180 campuses, I think, are also helping us to get to where we are.
Great. Thank you. And then, Dr. Latham, when we began the Achieve 180 program, one of the ideas was that, we're going to really define what a comprehensive support program for schools, for any school really, to be successful would be, right? And then take lessons learned from the work in Achieve 180 schools and really spread them district-wide. So I'm wondering, now we're into year 2 of Achieve 180. We've got these evaluation results from year 1. So what are we taking from this program that we're then, sharing and applying across the district?
So one of the elements is the community of practice. That's been a focus for our Achieve 180 campuses. Most recently, we started spreading the community of practice across the district. We started before spring break with the West area, and so replicating what we do and bringing also the Achieve 180 team and the West area office together, so they're combined as a team to conduct a community of practice. And we'll see that as we'll continue to do that across the other areas. So that was one of the best practices from the previous year that we see that's working when we bring in the entire district team together to support a campus.
Great, thank you. And I hear really positive things as well about this community of practices as well. In the education program report on page 21, there's a long list of recommendations, and I really appreciate those. So my understanding is that these recommendations come out from the research departments, right, and they're kind of delivered to the administration. And so I guess my question is, what's the process for reviewing those, and which of these is the administration going to be taking forward and utilizing?
Well, our process for reviewing is looking at our work on a quarterly basis, and we're finishing up those quarterly reviews with each area office. So not only the recommendations from Achieve 180, but across the district. And then we're now starting to formulate and develop our plan for 1920 as it relates not only to these recommendations, but other recommendations. And so within the next several months, probably within the next 2 months, we'll have our plan for 1920.
Okay, wonderful. I'd be really interested to see, I know you're still going through that process, but I'd be interested to see which of these recommendations you decide to focus and act on. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Dr. Lira.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Superintendent, and thank you, Mrs. Stevens, for your wonderful work and always doing, you and your team, all the great work that you do in these presentations. It's a lot of information, but it's great stuff. Just on page 18, in reference to discipline, and it's strictly tied to goal 1 and 3 of students. If they're out of school suspension, if we are suspending students, then we're not able to meet goals 1 and 3. Now, in reference to this chart, it's per 100 students, yes. The numbers? Okay, on page 18.
Yes.
And my question is, there's great improvement overall in decreasing the number of discipline infractions in our schools, except for out-of-school suspension in the secondary group?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That is correct. Now, it increased by four disciplinary actions per 100 students.
Right.
So it went from a 16 to a 22.
Yes. Okay. So is this congruent with the recent article in the Houston Chronicle of the schools that have a high number of discipline problems?
I can't speak to the Chronicle article.
Yeah, because there was a recent article that really highlighted the discipline problems in some schools. And I wanted to see if it's congruent with this number of out-of-school suspension, because in reality, this graph reflects a decrease in discipline infractions and students that are, and I attribute a lot to the 180 program and the wraparound support services, and that's not indicative of what's being presented. So I just wanted to ask you whether or not that increase in out-of-school suspension is reflective of that Houston Chronicle.
I have not read the Houston Chronicle article, so I really can't speak to that.
Yes.
What I can say is that this is the data that is also, it's reported in PEAMS, it's publicly available, it's in our disciplinary action report. And so, these are data that are available. I would hope that this is what Jacob was using, but I don't know what, what he used.
Maybe my question to Madam Superintendent is whether or not there's a correlation, of whether or not it's congruent, because I can see tremendous progress here, and what's reflecting out there is not this.
I want to focus on what we're doing in the district, because, like I said, we control that narrative and that message. We have worked to reduce the number of out-of-school suspensions, not only, of course, at the elementary level for those upper elementary grades, but in our middle and high schools. We still have additional work that we need to do, but part of the school's office, part of their quarterly presentation is around out-of-school suspensions, in-school suspensions, and we look from year to year to look at those reductions. We know some campuses still have some needed support. So whatever's published, I can't address that, but I can say that we're working to reduce the number of students being out-of-school suspended, because we need them in school in order for them to learn.
Yes. Yeah. I know the article is related to fights, but I know that when fights happen on campus, students are usually suspended. Yeah, usually, and the other groups are in a positive, and this one's the only one that was negative, and maybe there's some unique dynamics there. Okay, thank you, and I do appreciate all the wraparound services.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Villasecco-Ocampo.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much again for the presentation this evening, Dr. Stevens. I have just a few questions. I know on page 3, we referenced the logic model that was at the beginning, and that we have had a presentation on some of the changes. I know there was a whole process for revamping that this year. I just had one minor question. I'm sure there's still some overlap from one year to the next.
There are.
And so I'm wondering then if we will be tracking then where the overlap is, so that we can have year over year information for those indicators that have not changed.
The indicators are still the same. It's just the logic model itself, how we put it together and what we focused on has been refined and better improved to match what's being implemented for 18-19. But the outcomes are still, for the most part, going to be the same outcomes that you're seeing here, because these are still the things that we're tracking. It's still going to be teacher effectiveness, school leader effectiveness, student achievement, student attendance, discipline. So all of the things that you're seeing here are still going to be that overlap of the outcomes from the new logic model.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, another question I have pertains to page 6 of the presentation on leader effectiveness. I just wanted to get clarity on the scale. It looks like we have data that these data are highlighted for level 2 rating and level 3 rating. Is there a 1 and a 4? Is it 1 through 3, 0 through 3?
So the ratings are 1 through 4. We didn't have any of the school leaders who had a 1 or a 4. Okay. All of them had either a 2 or a 3. So it made it easier for us to just show the 2s and 3s because there were no school leaders in either year that had a 1 rating or a 4 rating.
Okay.
And we actually addressed that in the report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then also a couple more questions. What are we doing to accelerate learning and reading and math? I know on page 9, there's tremendous growth in other areas, and there's still growth in those areas. It just doesn't seem as accelerated as in some of the other areas. So I'm wondering what we're doing as a district in response to these data.
So as it relates to focusing on the reading and math, and it's around professional development, support out in our classrooms with the TDS support, which are teacher development specialists, our elementary and secondary curriculum department providing the resources that teachers need, and we're focused on utilizing that data to help principals understand with the analyzations. We added those DDIs, our data-driven instructional specialists this year, so they're out supporting campuses, making sure they understand how to interpret the data and then to develop a plan for our students. So that's something also that we're doing this year to focus on.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, I know you mentioned that on page 11, it's not highlighted here, but you did have a little celebration to share that 3 out of 6 A180 high schools achieved a 97% pass rate. Would we be able to shout out the high schools that did that? And are we expanding on some of that in other areas across the district?
I would be happy to, and they're actually in your report.
Okay.
But those high schools would be Westbury, Sharpstown, and Worthing.
Okay.
So shout out to them.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Interim Superintendent. Thank you, Dr. Stevens.
Trustee Dygard.
Thank you. Follow-up question to one of my colleagues. On page 6, the other pages, such as the one on teachers and everything else, you've compared also the non-Achieve 180 schools except for the school leaders. Can we get that data, please?
Yes, and actually I believe it's probably in the report. I suspect it's in the report. We just didn't put it on the slide.
Okay.
If it's not in the report, I will provide it to you.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
pretty much every indicator was done at the district, non-Achieve 180 and Achieve 180 campuses in the full report.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 16, just a comment. I get that Harvey impacted attendance, but in some of these groups, it was declining the year before, too.
And that's true.
Thank you. That's all.
Yes.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Oh, wait, follow-up. Trustee Sung.
Thank you. So following up on Trustee Fonfilizega's question about the Renaissance 360 data, right? So part of why we have multiple measures is because sometimes you get the data will tell a different story, right? And so something I'm confused by is, some of the data towards the end of the presentation indicates greater growth for students in Achieve 180 programs. This is kind of what we're looking for, right? And here, presumably these are the same kids in the schools because this is during an academic year. From the beginning of the year to the end of the year, it seems like the story here is that there's greater growth at non-Achieve 180 schools. And I'm just wondering, how do you think about that? How do you reconcile that? Is it sample size? We know there have been variations in the number of students taking these, the screeners.
That's part of it, but also I think part of it's these are the screeners. So they're going to measure a little bit different. These are going to be measuring skills, where the STAR is going to be measuring how well kids are actually mastering the curriculum. And we're pleased that they're doing well on that test. We also know that there is a high correlation, but not a perfect correlation between performance on the Renaissance and performance on the STAR. So if we're showing improvements on Renaissance, which we are showing improvements on STAR, which makes sense. Just because they aren't the exact same or the exact amount, it's because there isn't a perfect correlation between these two assessments. But they're giving us the same information in that we're trending positive. Now, as the non-Achieve 180 do have a little bit higher, but it's also, this is measuring the percent at or above the 40th percentile, which you can be below the 40th percentile and still be able to pass STAR, or you can be above the 40th percentile and still be able to pass STAR. So even though our percents at or above the 40th percentile for Achieve 180 are lower, and while they improved, we still may have some of those students who are in the yellow, the on watch, actually passing STAR and being able to get at the approaches grade level.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll move on to
Ms. Stevens.
Ms. Giller-Jones.
Yeah, I just had a statistical question. So, in looking at the way you group in your cohorts with 2 years on the same campus, through some of the indicators, in our high mobility campuses, are we looking at if there's a trend to where they go and affect the other campuses in another way? Are we keeping track of those?
Yeah, we haven't. What we were looking at is the campuses as a whole.
Okay.
We also do have individual campus data. What we have not done is looked at students who stayed on one campus for 2 years versus students who moved campuses within those 2 years. That is analysis we have not done at this point, but if that's something that is requested or seems appropriate for the evaluation in year 2, we can address that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're ready to move on to our next presentation. It's the board monitoring update. Dr. Latham.
I'm afraid it's me again. I'm waiting for Aaron to put the slides up. And as he brings those slides up, there we go. We are looking this month at our goal progress measures for Goal 1 and Goal 3. So as a reminder, Goal 1 is the percent of students reading and writing at or above grade level as measured on the STAR, and we want to make sure that increases. When we look at the goal progress measure 1.1, we're using the screener. So again, a correlated test, but not a perfect correlation, but it gives us information to see if we are on track. So we're looking at the screener data to see if we are actually showing improvements and hopefully being able to see that then on the STAR at the end of the year. And as you can see, we now have our middle of the year assessments, and at the beginning of the year for this year, we had 37% of our students at or above the 40th percentile, and at the middle of the year, that has increased to 40%. So we are on track as you're looking at the renaissance for where we hope we will be when then the STAR data comes out. And you can also see our middle of the year performance this year is at 40, and the middle of the year performance last year was at 38. So we're actually even 2 percentage points above where we were at this point in time last year in reading on English and Spanish. This next information is just looking at English only, just a little bit more background information for you all. So you can see English also increased by 3 percentage points, 34 to 37, and is higher than where it was at 35 last year at this time. Spanish had a huge increase, but again, we can talk more about the number of students tested. But the increase went from 62 to 74 percentage points, and we exceed where we were last year at this point. I also want to talk about, we had a little bit of issue last year with the Spanish assessments, and I think a lot of that has been ironed out this year. So I think that could also be part of it. Then we look at the students with disabilities only. So again, that's part of a request that the board has made to make sure that we always include results for students with disabilities. They did improve from 9% of the students at or above the 40th percentile to 11 from BOI to MOI, and that is higher than they were at this point in time last year. Also knowing that the screener is part of one of the identification methods for identifying if students need to be tested for special education services. Here is the English only for students with disability going from 9 to 10. And here is Spanish only for students with a disability going from 23 to 32. So still showing that same trend like we had with Spanish for the district overall. Whoops. The Achieve 180 campuses, this would be the 18-19 group. So just as a reminder, here are the tiers that we have for this year's Achieve 180 campuses. And then here are the results. Again, a request by board members was to include the number of students tested. This is in English and Spanish. Here are the results. And we can see that for the Achieve 180 campuses overall, we increased by 1 percentage point, and at MOI is 23% of the kids that are above the 40th percentile. This year, MOI was 16, so that's a significant increase from 16 to 23 in reading at the MOI for our Achieve 180 campuses who report to Dr. Adams. The Tier 3 campuses increased by 1 percentage point, and the Achieve 180 campuses who report to their regular area superintendents, they increased by 3 percentage points, and also exceeded where they were at the MOI last year. And non-Achieve 180 campuses also increased by 3 percentage points and are ahead of where they were last year. This is for English only, the number of students tested, and then the performance for the English only. We have an increase by 1 percentage point for the Achieve 180 campuses. The Tier 3 stay the same. We also saw an increase for the A180 campuses in their regular feeders. And also with the non-Achieve 180, they increased by 3 percentage points. Spanish only, the number of testers. And then the results, as we've seen before, the Spanish results, we had some very large increases from BOY to MOY, and much higher than we were at MOY last year, and definitely exceeding where we were at BOY last year. Then we also have Goal 3. Reminder is that Goal 3 is making sure that students who had previously not performed satisfactorily on the STAR in reading and math make at least 1 year's worth of growth by having the STAR progress measure. Since we don't have STAR yet, our goal progress measure is going to be looking at the district screener data. So this is information that was previously provided to you all in October, identifying which students needed to be progress monitored. So anyone who was in the red or yellow, those would be our urgent intervention and intervention students. So 48% of our students were identified as needed progress monitoring, and that we would need to have interventions and be watching them throughout the year to making sure that they're showing growth. And then here is the results between the formal progress monitoring, which we had 45% of the students showed improvement from the BOY to the formal progress monitoring window, and that was in November. And now 48% of the students showed growth at the MOY, which was in January. So we are on track to meet that. If these students who had been identified as needing intervention are actually continuing to show growth, and that's what this is showing for reading. We also have this broken out for our students with disabilities. 85% of our special education students were identified as needing to be progress monitored, needing intervention or urgent interventions. And at the formal progress monitoring window in November, 32% of them had showed an improvement in their percentile rank, and at the MOY, 33% had shown an improvement. So a little bit of an increase, but not as much as we would hope. Okay. Now we will do the reading for the Achieve 180 campuses. And you can see for the A180 office, 66% of the students were being progress monitored. The Tier 3 campuses, those are those 12 that are in Tier 3 receiving the most supports. 76% needed progress monitoring, and in those campuses that report to their regular feeder pattern or area superintendent, 64% needed progress monitoring. So those are the kids that we are going to look at to see, that's how many were tested, and here's their performance. So you can see for the progress monitoring at the A180 campuses, the percent of students who showed an improvement at the MOY actually decreased a little bit, 1 percentage point for the A180 office in Tier 3 and for those in their feeder pattern. So that's definitely information that the campuses are able to use and say, you know, hey, these students aren't showing as much growth as we would like them to show. What do we need to do differently? So this is a way that we can continue to monitor those lowest performing students who are needing interventions and figuring out what we need to do. When we look at Measure 3.2, this is math. What we've just been talking about was reading. So now math at the district level, 32% of the district's testers were identified as needed progress monitoring, who were either in the urgent intervention or intervention category, and this again was presented to you all in October. And now we can see how those students are doing. So in math, 59% of them showed improvements at the formal progress monitoring, and again, 59% continued to show improvement at the MOY monitoring. So we have not increased that, but the math is still higher, so there's a higher percentage of students showing growth in math than we're showing in reading. Readings were in the 40%, the maths are in the 50%, actually 59%, but we aren't improving it. It's not going up. So again, that's something that we need to be looking at. And when we look at special education students in math, 72% of them needed to be progress monitored as receiving urgent intervention or intervention. And the percent of students who showed an improvement from their BOY at the formal progress monitoring was 45%, and at the MOY was 44%, so a decrease by 1. So again, now's the time to say, okay, what do we need to do to make sure that we're addressing the needs of these kids and that they are showing improvement? And at the Achieve 180 offices, the A180, 46% needed progress monitoring, 53% in Tier 3 needed progress monitoring, and 44% in their feeder pattern needed to be progress monitored. That's how many were tested. And then here's the results of how they're doing. So in math, similar to reading, though in reading all of them decreased by 1 percentage point, in math, at the A180 office, they've stayed the same. Still at 51% have shown growth, but it hasn't increased. In Tier 3 schools, it went from 50 to 49. And at the campuses who are reporting to their regular area superintendent, it maintained at 54%, where the non-A180s increased by 1%, 1 percentage point. So you can see we're still not making as much growth as measured by the Renaissance screener, and this is specifically for the students who were in that urgent intervention or intervention groups. And that's the end of my presentation for this month. Do you all have any questions?
Okay, trustees. Ms. Sung.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Lathan. Thank you again, Ms. Stevens, for this presentation. So in the news, there's been a lot of discussion about Lexile levels. And so here in these goals, we're looking at Renaissance 360 data. And I'm wondering, how does Renaissance 360 do it, making sure that the assessments that are being given to students are on the Lexile level that's appropriate for them so that the test is meaningful?
Yeah, I'm going to refer that question to someone from the curriculum department who is a little more familiar with the Renaissance.
And the reason I ask is that, this has raised questions about how you interpret STAR data, right? If kids can't read the tests that they're being given, right, what do the results then mean? And so I'm wondering if Renaissance 360, which is another assessment, does better at that.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent. There may be a few of us that have a good answer for that, but from the curriculum lens, we do get reports from the system that show growth of Lexiles. There's scale score reports, all sorts of different ways to look at the data. Does that kind of answer your question?
So
they do cross.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was trying to research this on my own, and it does seem that Renaissance 360 is very conversant and informed about Lexile levels. You would therefore hope that the materials they produce are also on level. Okay.
And they do.
Great, thank you. So on page 26, on page 29, well, let me just say, through these presentations, we have some breakouts for Achieve 180, right? Mm-hmm. So we see how students overall are on track, right, for goal progress measure 3.1 and goal progress measure 3.3. But when it comes to Achieve 180, right, where we've just gone over the many resources that we're investing, right, students seem to be, based on this one data point, right, seem to be making less, students that are progress monitored seem to be making less progress, right? And that's worrisome because we really want with this goal to make sure that at least we want to be closing the achievement gap, right? We're hoping you make a year or more, right? I know we said, when we started this program, when we set those goals, we only want a year of progress. We want them to be making 2 years of progress, right? But when we see them making less, then we worry. So I'm wondering how we interpret that data, and then what do we make of it, and what are we doing about it?
I think it goes back to what I shared earlier when we looked at the data last year. That's why we made the decision to add the data-driven instructional specialists to support the campuses. So what the data tells us, if their students are not making the necessary progress, that means we need to go back and look at reteaching some skills. We might need to regroup students. And so all of that's through that lens of having principals analyze that data and then to develop that plan. But as we look from beginning of the year to middle of the year and then middle of the year to end of the year, this individual school students are on target. There are some schools that need some additional support through the intervention assistance team, and so we are making those necessary adjustments.
Okay. So other data points lead you to be confident that the students still are on target.
Right, we use more than one data point. Yeah. So, like I said, when we look at it, we're looking at several data points, and then we're looking at it individually by individual campus. We're also looking at how far students, how much progress a student needs to make, and so we're aligning it based on what that individual student needs, and then a group of students at that same level.
Yeah. One thing I wonder about is that so-called summer slide, right? Because when I was teaching, and I would look at my student data at the beginning of the year and even at the middle of the year, right? If I had just looked at that data, I would have been incredibly pessimistic, right, about how my kids were doing. I mean, there's just no hope, right? But somehow by the end of the year, we always pulled it out. So that makes sense to me. Are we also looking at on the curriculum side and the instruction side, I hope, what's the quality of the instruction, and are we seeing that quality and that learning then as well?
Yes, when we go out and conduct our community of practice or we're conducting instructional rounds, we're looking at that quality, and that's why we make the necessary adjustments. Sometimes we need to add additional supports for classroom teachers. Sometimes we need to change teachers' grade levels, but we're looking at their support. That's why we have redesigned over the past 2 years our principals' professional development, ensuring that principals have what they need, because it starts with that leader being able to lead and help teachers to receive what they need so they can help our students.
Okay, great, thank you. I read through the monitoring report, which also includes the superintendent's responses for Goal 1 and for Goal 3, so thank you for that. I noticed that in these responses, we've got the multilingual department's interventions. This is in the binder packet, page 84 and page 97. Yeah, so there's there's information about multilingual. There's also some information about the Office of Special Education and work that's being done there. And so I'm wondering, these particular pieces are being highlighted because these are areas of concern in the data, or what's the reason why these particular responses are being
yes, areas of concern in the data from the previous year, areas of concern of the support that our principals need, and so that's why they're being highlighted. That was a goal we started that goal last year, and also we've carried that goal into this year, is making sure that principals have the training around professional development, and our teachers, we've started our teacher leader groups around special education. Multilingual, of course, has been reorganized to support our campuses more, and so that's why that focus is there. And it's the accountability piece for us as a leadership team.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've said this before, but just in a reminder, for the Office of Special Education, right, we're describing here, the targeted support and instruction for students with disabilities. I want to remind everybody that that's not just special ed teachers, but also our general ed teachers that need that support, because we have students with disabilities in all of our classrooms. And then I would just, as feedback for this report, note that some of what we've talked about for Achieve 180, right, since that seems to be an area of concern in the data. And I know we talked about Achieve 180 a lot in the previous presentation, but I think it would be great to include that in the response here. right? Because it's pertinent to the goal monitoring report. Okay. I think those are my questions and comments. Thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you, Trustee Sung. Any other questions from my colleagues? Trustee Adams, followed by Trustee Dygard.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I just have a question for you. On page 21. Can you hear me? Okay. On page 21, around our special ed, because I think it's reflected on page 21 and as well as on page 30 when it's concerning our special ed. And a question that I have, do we have this breakdown by schools related to all of our testing data? Because one of the questions came up from a teacher, well, a staff member, about how does our special ed students affect the overall achievement of all testing that happen at HISD. Because like if you have XYZ school and they are already, say they're already a Achieve 180 campus and they're right there, and then they see the percentage of special ed students, how they're testing, how does that affect, those scores?
So the special education student data obviously is going to be included when you do the all students. And if you have more special education students, and when you see how the special education students are performing, and if they are performing lower, it could potentially mean that if you disaggregated the campus data with special ed and non-special ed, you're going to see big gaps, and you're going to see higher performance then for the non-special education students than when you combine them. But what's important is, for accountability purposes, we're responsible for all students. So for all campuses, the performance of special education students, it's very important. That's why it's good to disaggregate it out to see where their scores are, because they are included in the campus's accountability ratings. They are included when you talk about all students, and so it is a part of that data. And so as special education students increase, then that does help the campus. If you're not focusing on them, then that is going to be a problem.
And I guess that's one of my concerns, in making sure when we're providing resources, especially in that area, because we know that that can be one of the reasons, because when you look at the information, that you can see the big difference across the lines academically. And so how do we make sure, and I guess it would be to Dr. Lathan, on those particular resources, because if you would pull one of our Achieve 180 or a superintendent school that's right there at that borderline, my question would be how long they will continue to remain there because of the student and their achievement, and those numbers, those percentages are widening with that particular population. So I'm trying to figure out what can we do, because we don't want anyone, because they are all of our students, but we look at real time, we just have to be honest with ourselves, because when you look at the academic level of particular students, they're not as great as some of our other students. But how do we make sure that they get as much support that they need, so we can close that gap among those special ed students? And that's just a concern that I have, because I see it's either steady, go down, same, go down, but it's not this big overall improvement. I hate to sound like a broken record, but I'm going to go back to the supports that we're providing around professional development and the supports that we're looking at through our intervention process, because that's one of the ways that we're closing the gap there. But beyond just our special education students, we have a lot of work to do with training, because training is the key in understanding, as we develop IEPs, that teachers and principals understand how to write those IEPs and then how to implement the strategies that they list. So it's still a work in progress, and we're working through it. And the resources, we're looking at that. The special education team is looking at it. This is the time of year where we're starting to look at everything for the upcoming school year to see what additional resources we need to provide. Okay, thank you. And then my final question is, on your first IR campus, Dr. Lathan, the ones who got out last year, what I guess my question would be, the plans that we're putting in place to make sure that we're closing those achievement gaps in those particular areas where they're just right there on that line with those first year IR campuses. Like you have Worthing that just got out last year. You have Woodson that just got out last school year. So what mechanisms are we putting in place to make sure in those areas where it was, I think one of them was math, to make sure that they are achieving those goals that they need to achieve in those particular campuses? Because I know it's first IR, we're celebrating, but we want them to remain out of IR. And I know we haven't left them behind because they came out. What plans do you have in place moving forward to make sure? Because I know we have several schools that are first IR.
So as it relates to the schools that exited improvement required last year, they're still Achieve 180 campuses. So we're still working our program and working our plan. Remember, I've shared with you that our goal is to support campuses up to 3 years out of improvement required. And so that's what we're continuing to do. So those schools will continue to receive, if not more services than they received the previous year, because we know it is harder to keep those schools out of improvement required status.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan. Thank you, Ms. Carla. Ms. Stevens.
Trustee Dygard.
Thank you. First, on page 5, and this is just one example of something that I've noticed over the months, really, and even throughout this presentation, the difference on page 5 compared to page 6, and the progress made on our English-only student, taking the test in English-only students, and are taking the test in Spanish-only students. If you were to disaggregate, for example, the data on page 5 between the EL students and the English-speaking students, because our EL students that speak languages other than Spanish are not taking the Spanish test, they're taking the English test, correct?
That is correct.
So if we were to disaggregate that data, would it tell a different story?
It could, and that is something we can look at. But also the important thing is to look that this is 124,000 kids, and then when we look at the BOY and the MOY in Spanish, we're talking 12,000 kids. So there's a big difference in the number of students that are tested. And you're right; those students who are L but not taking the Spanish test would be in the other one. We can look at that data.
I would be curious moving forward just to see if there's a difference in that. Because it just was such a contrast with page 6, and there have been other points where I've noticed that as well, and the question that keeps coming in my head is why, right? Like what's going on in all of that? And then my other question, this is comprehensive across the district and across populations of students across the district. Does the administration look at these data points on a school-by-school basis as well? And are there schools that you're finding are exceeding our goals, and then schools that are not meeting our goals? And what are we trying to learn from the ones that are exceeding, and what are we? I'm sure the answer to what are we doing on the ones that aren't meeting it are the things you keep telling us tonight. So I will only ask the first question of, what are in the schools that are exceeding it, are we doing anything to learn from that? And maybe that's back to the community of practice, and if so, we can leave it there, and if not, feel free to expand.
We'll leave it there. Okay. But I want to make sure, because this question does come up, I think every time we present this report, we look at data on a school it's about each individual, it's about every school in the district. So we're not only looking at the district data, but we're drilling down, and so it goes back to what I'm sharing. When the schools office are presenting their quarterly updates, we've tiered the schools. So our most neediest of schools, their presentation starts with those schools, and then we move to the other schools because we want to know what's going on XYZ campus, what supports do they need, what issues around attendance, discipline, teacher, principal attendance, and just the different supports. But we do look at that individually, and then we make the necessary adjustments throughout the year from quarter to quarter to support those campuses.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you. And Trustee Adams, I just wanted to, I wanted to address the board, but thank you for bringing up the special education population, specifically with special educations across the board. But I believe this is an opportunity as a board that we have special ed drive a new goal, a fourth goal. So we can drive the necessary resources, the necessary professional development. We drive our identification rates up. Again, this affects all students across the district. So, President Davila, I and the board, I don't know if that's something that you all would be willing to engage in, but I'd be more than willing to lead that charge. So that's special education is a very hot topic, and it's not a topic, it's a necessity. So I would really like to I know we haven't set our vision or goals yet, but this is one thing that I'm not going to dismiss ever. So maybe we can drive a fourth goal here as a board.
Got it. Thank you for suggesting that.
So is that y'all want that?
All I'm doing is taking the notes down, and at the end, you kind of are in charge of the policy committee. So making a note of it so that we can have further discussion when we meet again as a team building. Thank you. Questions? Does anybody else? I missed somebody.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula.
The board will now present the presentation for the item for discussion. Colleagues, please hold your questions until the presentation is complete. Trustee Song.
Thank you.
It's in reference to B1, Roadmap to 50% Student Outcome Focus. We had some questions in reference to this at our agenda review, so we're going to, Trustee Song is going to elaborate a little bit more on how we're going to achieve that 50% student outcome. Thank you, Trustee Song.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, colleagues. Is it evening? I guess it is. So this presentation emerged from a great deal of work that this board has been doing since January, since our retreat, right? President Davila has asked us to think about how we could conduct our meetings, board meetings and workshops and all of our meetings more efficiently and effectively. We received suggestions, the policy committee received recommendations from every trustee at this table that were incorporated into this work. I want to acknowledge the policy chairs, Dr. Lita and Trustee Santos, who've led a lot of this work. So I've tried to synthesize this into a presentation so that we can all kind of get on the same page, since not everybody has been able to be at all of those policy committee meetings. And I'm sure they'll have things to chime in as we proceed through the presentation. So we will be considering later tonight on second reading a commitment to a 50% student outcome focus. And Trustee Scullin-Jones asked at agenda review, how do we get there, right? So this is my attempt to bring everybody up to date on the conversations we've been having. How do we get there? And you'll see that the conversation isn't complete. There's still some places where we need some further ideas for how to get there. Okay, so I want to start by reviewing the principles that emerged as we had this conversation. So first, of course, is that increased focus on student outcomes for the trustees, for the administration, so that we can do better work for our students, so that they can learn and grow and achieve our vision for the district, that they all be ready for success. We have the 3 goals that were adopted and updated this past year. with regards to literacy, our students' abilities to read and write, the global graduate standard, that they're ready, critical thinkers, ready for college and career, and that we close the achievement gap for students behind grade level. So that's the first principle. But we don't want to lose sight of some other values that we hold, right? So 50% focus on student outcomes doesn't mean that we're not focused on the other work of the board as well, which is important. So we want to make sure that we are prepared for meetings and for all decisions that we make. So that's number 2. 3, that staff time is used more efficiently. There are a lot of staff that join us at all of our meetings, so we're thinking about you all too. 4, greater transparency and quality engagements with the public. That's been a commitment, a constant theme as we've discussed. How can we improve that engagement? So on the next slide, let's see. Okay, we have the major recommendations that have been discussed by the policy committee. And the numbers here, 1, 2, 3, 4, refer back to those principles. So colleagues, if you have those slides, you can see which of these recommendations connect with which of those principles. So one major concept here is that a lot of the work that we currently do at agenda review and even at board meetings, right, asking questions and then getting answers from administration, a lot of that would happen via email, where trustees would submit questions via email. The administration would prepare responses that would be gathered into a single Q&A document. Right now, we get a lot of those answers in email, right? That happens throughout the weeks leading up to a board meeting. But what this would do would be to bring it into a compiled document that we would know. It would come out on a pre-ordered day, and they would also be posted publicly. So if the public has questions about some of these agenda items, that they would also be able to see them. So what this would mean is that a lot of the preparation that happens between agenda review and board meetings now would actually happen before we even get to agenda review. So then what that would do is allow us to spend less time asking questions and getting questions answered at agenda review and at regular meetings. So that brings us to the next recommendation, which is setting some limits on our time that we spend speaking at board meetings, speaking at agenda review. Really, this time would be at agenda review would be for clarifying questions or discussion among trustees. And just to clarify, the email is not a two-way communication, right? So we would be submitting questions and getting answers from administration, but really it would be when we get to agenda review that we could have dialogue among trustees. So just want to clarify that because there's some legal requirements about how discussion can happen among trustees. The next bullet recommendation came from Trustee Adams, that we bring speakers to agenda items to agenda review, so that we're actually hearing from you all prior to board meetings, a week in advance, so that we can hear what you have to say, consider it, and really do our due diligence about the issues that you raise and be more informed when we come to board meeting night and have to vote. The fourth items. So we currently have a consent agenda where we vote on many items together, right? And then we have things that are separated out into an action agenda and voted on one by one. But what's being proposed is that we make a decision about what goes on the consent agenda and what goes on the action agenda in advance of the board meeting. And what that would do is if that's decided by 3 days in advance, is that it means staff would know, is this going to be a separate item pulled out for a vote or not, right? Because right now staff don't know, and so they have to prepare for every single item, right? So this would help us to use staff time more efficiently. The next is to hold recognitions primarily on student campuses. So we would, a representative of the board would go to student campuses to celebrate and recognize them, or alternately before board meetings. And next is to hold quarterly board retreats for deep dives into student outcome goals, engaging students, parents, and experts. So think about the presentations we've had on literacy, on math, right? How neat would it be to actually talk to students and ask them, so how is this working for you, right? Like, how are you all learning? What does this data mean for you all? They might have a different perspective. So, and then a final recommendation here in black is to begin closed sessions a little bit closer to our regular meetings. Actually, at 3 o'clock is the recommendation. I think that's been revised rather than 4 o'clock. And then the final thing is to incorporate community engagement roundtables. So right now, a lot of our community engagement is we have speakers line up, they speak to us, it's one way, we don't respond, right? But learn how to do roundtables where we can have two-way dialogue on student outcomes, on agenda items. This is in red because I think this is the least developed thing, and I think this will take some practice for us to learn how to do. So it is something that we spend a lot of time discussing, but I think we need to have further discussion about next steps to implement. Okay, next slide. So what would this look like? So if we're to achieve 50% focus on student outcomes and we come to meetings much more prepared, then at agenda review and regular meetings, trustee speaking time would decrease, right? So under agenda review right now, you see the 28 minutes for trustee discussion, questions, and agenda items. Right now, kind of our typical meeting is, a couple hours of that discussion. So really we're saying, okay, we'd like to limit that to less than 30 minutes so that we can spend more time hearing speakers to agenda items so that we can also spend time on student outcome monitoring, that extra 90 minutes there. Regular meetings, similarly, when we get to the action agenda, right, we're looking at less than 30 minutes for the board. Hopefully we come to those meetings much better prepared and we're more efficient with our time. And then the bulk of the time is student outcome monitoring, again, 90 minutes, with 30 minutes for hearing of citizens. So 3 hours for agenda review, 2.5 hours for regular meetings. That would actually be a decrease in our overall time with a lot more time being spent on student outcomes. So what would that look like? So today, for instance, right, we spent perhaps an hour looking at goal 1 and goal 3, so our literacy goal and also closing the achievement gap in reading and math, right? So I think what we would need to do is to separate out those topics. So take some of the progress monitoring that we're currently doing at the board meeting, move it to agenda review, and then that would allow us to go in more depth. So for instance, if we took goal 1, which is a literacy focus, and really looked at that information at agenda review, and then would have time to hear from the administration what are some of the initiatives related to that, right? And we touched on some of that here. Literacy by 3, literacy in the middle. There's so much that we're doing. We could really do some deeper dives into those programs. That's what that might look like. And then at a regular meeting, we would come to goal 3, for instance, and we might then fold in the Achieve 180 discussion that we just had under that, right? So we say this is a major strategy for closing that gap, and here's how we're doing that. So it might just be a rearrangement of some of the topics that we're currently doing at workshops or at various board meetings. Okay, so meeting preparation. So let's walk through this. So for instance, when we come to May, so our May board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, May 9th, right? So if we back that up 16 days, right, the draft agenda would go to board members with all attachments. So basically the rule and the premise here is that nothing gets added after this date. So everything has to be ready. We're not changing. This whole system doesn't really work if we are continuing to add new items up until the board meeting. And everything starts on the consent agenda. So if you're a trustee, you get this email to you on Tuesday, and then by Friday, 5 p.m., you submit your questions, right? So every month, okay, there's this 3-day window when I'm going to get my stuff. I got to study up, I got to plan, and get all of my questions emailed to the chief of staff, okay? So then the administration would then have until Wednesday the following week, so that's now 8 days before the board meeting, to respond, to send a Q&A document back to trustees with answers. It would also be posted online, so the public, those of you who follow closely, can see what are the questions trustees are asking, what are the answers that the administration is giving. And so that would be a 3-day turnaround, 3 working days, 5 days if you work on weekends, for administration to respond and give those answers. Hey, we work on weekends. Then the following day, the Thursday, and this is a change, right? It's a week before the board meeting. So rather than Mondays, agenda reviews would be held on Thursdays, 5 p.m. And we come to that meeting having read our Q&A document. We've got a lot of questions answered. But if we want to ask a colleague, hey, you asked this question, where were you coming from? Tell me about that. Or a clarifying question about an answer that the administration give, that's when we would have the opportunity to do that at agenda review. That's also when we would hear from the public, hey, here's what's going on. Here's our perspective on this item. And if we wanted to submit additional questions, we would have a chance to do that by the end of that meeting. So then from Friday to that Monday is the window when trustees need to make a decision. Is this an item I want to speak to and vote on separately, or is this an item that would stay on the consent agenda? And so in that window, between that Thursday agenda review and then Monday at noon, trustees email to request items be moved from consent to action. This might also be when you mentioned that I need to abstain on an item because of conflict of interest. This is also when those additional questions that were asked at agenda review would be responded to by administration. So that revised Q&A document would be emailed to trustees, also posted online. So if you were one of those speakers who came to agenda review, asked a great question, and a trustee said, that sparked something for me and I want to ask that question, then that answer would be posted online. Any items for which the Q&A document is not complete would be removed at that point, so that would be something the board chair would do. And then before, this would be 3 or 4 p.m. when the agenda is posted, emailed to trustees, the final agenda and Q&A document would be ready for us. And then that Thursday, that would bring us to the regular board meeting with closed session beginning at 3 or 4, depending on the recommendation we go with there. Okay? All right. Here we go. So trustee discussion at agenda review. So how do we get to 30 minutes or less, right? So Trustee Jones said to us at the policy committee meeting, I want to make sure that we can't go over, right? So this was our idea for how we make sure that we don't go over, is that there's 9 of us, right? 9 times 3 is 27. So we each get 3 minutes, right? And that's not just for the comments that we make or questions that we might ask, but also for the answer. So it means we just have to be very, very quick, right? Not really long questions, not really long answers. Really, really quick. Okay? Thank you. Just like that. So basically, it's like our hearings. So you have your 3 minutes. You decide how you want to allocate across all of the items, and that's your time at agenda review. Coming to regular meetings, again, we want to keep it under 30 minutes. There's 9 of us, 9 times 3, the math is the same, 27 minutes. So 3 minutes, and here would be 1 minute per item. So basically you can comment on, you don't have to comment if you don't want to on anything, but you can comment on up to 3 items. Okay, so you say, here's what I want to comment on, here's what I want to abstain on, and this would be action items only, by the way. Okay, so the way I read our board self-constraint that we're considering tonight is that 50% of all of our time is allocated to student outcomes. And so that's not just the regular meetings and the agenda review meetings, which is what we focused on, but that's everything. That's our retreats. That's our audit committee meetings, that's our policy committee meetings, that's our workshops, right? So I went ahead and did a little Excel spreadsheet. If anybody wants it, I'll email it to you. You can play around with it. And said, so what does that add up to over a year, right? Given the number of meetings we have, we don't meet in July, and how many of these committee meetings occur over the year. So this is a very optimistic estimate of the time we spend in committees and workshops. Typically, those are a couple of hours, right? This would allocate 60 minutes. And it's also a decrease in the number of meetings. So the audit committee, for instance, last year met more than 6 times, but had a plan for this year to meet only 6 times and has set the goal of really being more prepared for meetings. So one thing that our chair, Trustee from Villaseca, did at our last audit committee meeting was ask for all of our audit materials to come to trustees in advance, which isn't something we've been doing, but it's something we plan to do going forward so that we can hit that target of a 60-minute meeting, which is tough, but we're working towards that. So I want to point out here, right, this is one of those gaps. This is where I still need some help here. Is if you add up all of this time, we get to 43 hours annually that are student outcome focused. That's the 90 minutes at each of the agenda reviews and retreats. It also presumes 2.5 hours, 90 minutes each at regular meetings and agenda reviews, and then 150 minutes or 2.5 hours at retreats, right, 4 times a year. But if you add up the other time, we're still coming out to 47.5, even being really disciplined about audit committees, policy committees, and workshops. And, there's some workshops that we have to do by law, right? We have to receive the taper report, et cetera. And because that's not aligned with one of our goals, that technically isn't student outcome goal monitoring. So I just want to point that out as something that we need to kind of grapple with. There's a gap here of 4.5 hours. So do we add more time? Do we have longer retreats on student outcomes? Or do we figure out how to have, more brief workshops or committee meetings, right? So that's a question for you guys. Okay, so on the system, what do we need to do as trustees? We need to read our packets, submit questions for the Q&A documents. By the way, these questions need to be turned around by administration in 3 days, so we don't get to ask for theses, right? These should be basically questions that you can get an answer to in a paragraph. Do our homework. When we come to agenda review, it should be down to clarifying questions. We should be efficient in asking, efficient in answering each other if we've got questions for each other. And then, as I mentioned, we need to be prepared and efficient at committee meetings and workshops as well. Board president, so Trustee Davila will be asking a number of things from you. So we'll ask you to work with the superintendent to make sure that we're bringing items to the board that are ready for the board, that have good information and backup. If the Q&A document is not complete, right, then we, as a matter of practice each month, postpone agenda items to the next month. If there's major questions that still remain regarding an item, then that might mean it's just not ready, right? And so rather than spinning our wheels at a meeting trying to gather information that we just don't have, right? We think about, okay, do we take this back and then bring it back next month? Streamline our script. So this was Trustee Jones' language, up, on deck, in the hall, so that our speakers are ready. And so we could have seating dedicated to speakers so that you're in line and ready to go. Schedule and plan community roundtables related to student outcome goals with students, parents, and experts. Work with the superintendent to distribute board monitoring of student outcomes between the agenda reviews and the regular meetings, so we can have that time, 90 minutes at each. And then also plan retreats that spend time on student outcomes. To summarize, to bring together some of the threads around transparency and public engagement. So the agenda and the Q&A documents would be available to the public before agenda review. Community members would, under this system, be able to speak to trustees in advance of the regular meeting, so trustees can give more consideration to speakers. Trustees would have the opportunity to submit questions that result from what they hear from the public, and those, again, would be posted publicly in the Q&A documents. And then Trustee Santos is working on like a one-pager, like a cheat sheet that would help community members better understand, how does the board function, what are ways to communicate with us via, all avenues, board meetings, community meetings, agenda review, email, social media, etc. One question I do have is how to handle April, right? So this new system of moving speakers to agenda review would depend upon having a change in BED local, and that's only first reading this month. So it'd be second reading in May, and that's when, second reading in April, and so then when we come to May, we could change when speakers happen. But otherwise, a lot of this change we can go ahead and do. We could move ahead with the Q&A document. We could move agenda review to the Thursday instead of the Monday, and we could move forward with a new script and time limits. So that's a question for my colleagues. I did, just for your reference, I'm not going to walk you through this, but I did kind of lay out what that timeline would be for April. So you have that in your packets. And then finally, some more ideas. One that's not on here is developing a board operating procedure manuals. I believe Trustee Dygard is working on that so that we have a reference point for a lot of the system. Another policy AE that we're looking at later tonight. One of the constraints that we have about closing achievement gaps is actually a goal. And so one idea would be to move it from being a constraint to being an explicit goal. It does mention special education, for instance, which we've talked about setting a goal for tonight. So that way, the time that we spend on making sure we're closing the achievement gap, we're all really clear on. This is a goal. We are focused on this as student outcomes. So that's one piece. I know we all need to make a few other changes to AE anyways, including the annual targets and then adjusting the reporting calendar. So I want to flag that for the policy committee. Another thing to flag for the policy committee is BE. In order for this whole system to work, there's a couple of things that we might consider updating. So one is, if all agenda items need to be complete 16 days in advance, that should go for board members, just as it does for the administration. So that would, here's some language that could change there. And then our board president needs to be able to remove items that Monday where the Q&A document is incomplete. And right now that's inconsistent with our policy, which requires that it happen on a Sunday, actually, which is kind of odd. Just some more things to think about I flagged for you all. Workshops, right? Like currently they run pretty long, 2 hours. So should we be doing a Q&A process also for our workshops so that this can be more efficient? I've talked about community engagement committee, so some things to think about. And then the final thing I'd like to note is there is the possibility of creating a public message board. This is something that I noticed that caught my attention when I first did TOMA training. So it permits the board to basically have like a little electronic internet bulletin board, like from way back when, right, in the early days of the internet, where we could have discussion or communication around policies. It does not count as a meeting, but it is public, so the public is able to see those communications. So I just want to flag that as an option that we could consider. That might be a way to help some of the work that we do be more efficient. Okay, so those are that's kind of a summary of the discussions that the policy committee and others, our board chair, have been working on. And so I turn it over to you, President Davila.
Thank you. And this all goes to agenda item, oh goodness. Yeah, but this is goes to our policy on the, I'm flipping back here. K5. So when we get to K5, if we have further questions, then we can, or ideas or more, we can actually ask them then. But this is something that was added for a presentation to answer some of the questions that some colleagues had, as Ms. Sung has alluded to. But we're going to wait till we get to K5 to take any questions from my colleagues, because we do have a long list of speakers, and some of them are students that have signed up to speak tonight, and that's the only reason I'm going to yield any questions that my colleagues may have on this particular item. Actually, I think our first set of speakers may have, we have a large amount of students that have signed up to speak, so I want to make sure that we get to them and then hold off on any questions that we have on this presentation when we get to the agenda item. We have now come to the portion of our meeting where we hear from the public. We are glad you are here and look forward to hearing your views. First, we will consider speakers to agenda items before taking any business items. Hearing the citizens will be heard at the conclusion of the business agenda. Only those who have registered by 9:30 a.m. today may speak this evening. Copies of handout materials must have been provided to the board services by 9:30 a.m. today. So that each person who has signed up to speak can be heard by the board, we ask that There will be no disruption of the meeting by members of the audience, no abuse of statements or actions, no threats, no confrontations, no audible expressions by the audience of approval or disapproval. We have 36 speakers registered for agenda items this evening, including speakers on multiple items. Speakers on agenda items shall be limited to 2 minutes each. If a speaker has signed up to speak on multiple agenda items or to speak on hearing of citizens to one or more agenda items, the speaker shall have 2 minutes to consolidate his or her comments under the first item on the agenda, which he or she has registered, unless total amount of time for the agenda item exceeds 30 minutes. If you have signed up to speak as a hearing of citizen, please speak to the agenda item first and then address your hearing of citizen topic next. We also ask that speakers stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under law, but you may name your own child. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone. The clock on the wall to your right and on the podium will count down your time and will signal when your time is up. I ask that you respect our procedures and other speakers and end your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Colleagues, please hold questions regarding any items until we are ready to consider items for discussion. We would like to, our first item held for registration is agenda item D1, authority to negotiate and execute renewal agreements with contract charter schools for 2019 and 2020 school year. Would the following speakers please come to the podium? Also, with the following 3 people in the order that I call you, please come to the front and sit in the reserve seat. We actually have some reserve seats in the front, so that you may sit up here after we call your name. You have reserved seat 1, 2, and 3. This is the order you will speak. Once the person at the podium is finished speaking, reserved seat speaker 1, please move to the podium, and then seats 2 and 3 will move down respectively. Please state your name when you come to the podium. Would the following speakers please come to the reserve seats in the front? We have Quayne Key, Ariana Scott, and Caroline Wharton, which are going to be our first speakers. We have Juan Key, a student that's going to be coming first. Yes, we're going to have Juan Key come speak first. You're first.
So I begin?
Yes. Yes, you may begin.
Well, I like Texas Connections because mainly just about how it allows me to learn in my own style, so it's not forced upon me about,
connection.
Just, I just like the help that comes. So like the teachers, my learning coach, just different things like the help that I get from Texas Connections, and just the support that keeps me on track and that keeps me going. And again, my learning style, and I'm all hands-on, so it just helps me with my learning style and at my own pace. And it's not forced, I'm not rushed into cramming knowledge into my head. And it just, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Ariana Scott.
Hello, my name is Ariana Scott, as you said, and Quan Key is actually my son. I am his learning coach as well. And so on behalf of parents and students with Texas Connections, which obviously is a chartered school, one of the things that actually caused us to choose Texas Connections is that it is home-based. When Quan was in public school, well, all of my students, I actually have 3 students. My daughter, she did all 4 years of high school with Texas Connections. We started when Quan was in the 4th grade. He's now in the 9th grade. But it initially, our final decision decision to remove him from the public classroom, or brick and mortar, should I say, was that he was put on an IEP. And I did not feel that he was receiving the support in the classroom. You guys mentioned earlier about training with the teachers in writing the IEPs, and that was one of the things. They wrote out an IEP, and that was just kind of it. And I am 100% involved. I actually love being 100% involved. And what I was finding with the school that Quan or my other students were attending was that the teachers were inundated with a lot of students, so 35 to 40 students per teacher, doing the best that they could. And the communication was lacking. Me being 100% involved, or at least trying to be, those emails, all of that was just off kilter. So being at home, it allows me to be 100% involved. I get to see all of their work that they do, every area that they're learning, any areas that they're lacking in, I get to see that as well. And I like to do the one-on-one learning, the support they get from their teachers, and the real-life learning experiences that I, as a parent, get to offer as well in conjunction with their learning styles.
Thank you. Caroline Wharton. Wharton, that's okay.
So I'm Caroline Horton, and I have two students at Texas Connections Academy at Houston. This is actually our 7th year at TCAH. Traditional schooling was not a good fit for my son or my daughter. My son was bored and frustrated and angry with school. He desperately wanted to learn, but the pace of the traditional classroom was too slow. We tried to work with Cy-Fair ISD, but even when he tested out of 3 years of math and was placed in the hardest level classes, the pace was still too slow. My daughter was also in GT classes and was bored, and not only that, but she's also severely allergic to peanuts. At her Cy-Fair ISD school, she was isolated at a peanut-free table during lunch and bullied by other kids. After being exposed to peanut residue at school, she had an anaphylactic reaction, which resulted in the use of an EpiPen and a trip in an ambulance. After that incident, she had anxiety issues and was spending more time in the nurse's office than in the classroom. By the grace of God, I came across TCAH, and both of my children have blossomed. My son went from being frustrated and angry to finally being challenged that he could do lessons at his own pace. My daughter is now challenged as well, is able to learn in a safe environment. Because TCAH has teachers, my role is their learning coach, and it's not really, I don't teach, I just keep them on track. It's much like a normal parent would do in a traditional school with making sure that your kids do their homework. We appreciate the opportunity that Houston ISD has given us, and I can honestly say that Texas Connections Academy at Houston has been a lifesaver for our family. Please renew the contract for our family and the other families whose children don't fit the traditional classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. So next I think we have your children, Matthew and Ashley and Zenaida Munoz. Could you please come? And we're going to start with Matthew, followed by Ashley.
I'm Matthew Horton, and I used to be angry and frustrated with school. I'm now the valedictorian of the senior class at Texas Connections Academy at Houston. My life changed when I was in 6th grade and I started attending TCAH. I finally got to learn at a pace that was right for me, and I've had the joy and privilege of taking classes from excellent teachers who I have true connections with. It is because the teachers at TCAH are able to concentrate on teaching instead of managing the classroom. Therefore, all I have to do is ask, and I have unlimited one-on-one time with my teachers. It's not a luxury a traditional classroom teacher has. Not only are my teachers able to spend more time teaching, but they are great at their job. My pre-AP pre-calculus, AP computer science, AP calculus, and AP statistics were all taught by teachers with PhDs. Teachers like these are the reason why I have so many 5s on my AP tests. Thanks to AP and dual credit classes, I will graduate high school with 59 hours of college credit, which will all count towards my college degree. This fall, I will attend the University of Texas at Austin, where I've been selected to be part of the prestigious Turing Scholars Honors Computer Science program, where over half those invited to the program have perfect math SAT scores. A big part of my success is TCAH and the wonderful teachers that I've had the joy to learn from. Thank you, Houston ISD, for having Texas Connection Academy at Houston as part of your district, and I beg you to continue to offer that same opportunity to other kids out there that are like me. Thank you.
Next we have Ashley, and then we're going to have Zenaida Aguirre Munoz.
I'm Ashley Horton, and I'm proud to say I'm an 8th grader at Texas Connections Academy at Houston. I'm severely allergic to peanuts, but I haven't had any more reactions since I left traditional school. I'm no longer labeled as Ashley the Peanut Allergy. Now, thanks to TCAH, I'm Ashley who likes to write stories, play piano, and just be normal. I'm pleased to say that I am approved and on the waiting list at Texas Children's to be treated for my peanut allergy. Because the treatment will last at least a year, there are lots of trips to Texas Children's in my future. With flexible learning that TCH offers, I'll be able to get my treatments, do my lessons, and not fall behind in my schoolwork. That will be especially important since I'll start high school next year, where I'm hoping to take dual credit in AP classes just like my brother. At TCAH, I've especially enjoyed being part of the gifted and talented literature class and discussing the short stories that we read with my teacher and my classmates. Not all kids are alike, and we don't all fit in the same box. Not all of us learn at the same rate at the traditional classroom. Some of us have medical issues. Some of us have attention issues. Some of us learn faster and some slower. TCAH allows every one of us to learn at our own pace and in an environment that's tailored for each of us. Please keep kids like me in mind when you vote tonight. We don't all fit in the same box, and Texas Connections Academy at Houston helps those of us who don't fit the traditional classroom get the education we need. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could have the next three come down, and as you speak, you can go back to your seat. Dr. Maria Bacciargi. Thank you. Naomi Doyle Madrid and Cara DeRocha.
My name is Zenaida Aguirre Munoz. I'm an associate professor at the University of Houston and also the First Lady of UHD downtown. And relatively new to the Houston area, so I was very pleased to have found someone as wonderful as Ms. Bullock to let me come into her schools to do a very intensive intervention a research project with her teacher. She graciously allowed me to work with a few of her elementary campuses, and I really felt that reflected her commitment to provide her students with, her teachers with professional development and practices in early STEM education and continually improve her students' learning outcomes. The project involved providing 9 K first and second grade teachers with professional development on hands-on literacy-based science and engineering instructional strategies designed to target second language learners. Throughout the process, I was impressed by the caliber of the teachers who were a part of the project, their commitment to student learning, and integrating the strategies that they were taught with high fidelity. The students who participated in the projects were predominantly English learners. They engaged in storybook reading to introduce the field of engineering and provide peer role model who engaged in engineering science practices and problem solving. They learned about sound energy in concrete ways. The teachers helped me see that they improved their knowledge of science and engineering and their beliefs that they could be engineers and future engineers and scientists at a significant level. So this was a randomized controlled trial. We compared it with a controlled group of students. And so I appreciate that she allowed me to do this. I was very impressed by everybody that I came across, her staff, her administrators.
Thank you. Next we have Dr. Maria Batacari.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Maria Batacharji. I'm an associate professor at the University of Houston downtown, and I will speak about the partnership between the UHD and Energize for Excellence Academy. The partnership started in 2017, The first activity that we did together was the Energize 7 Days Conference for teachers and staff. We are also assisted Energize to address the critical shortage of bilingual teachers. We went with the school to recruit teachers in Puerto Rico. In addition, Energize has given my department a scholarship to support bilingual teachers in training. The first graduate will be working on Energize this coming August 2019. Currently, we are assisting the teachers in pre-K. The goal is to have pre-K children begin reading by the time they start kinder. I want to give kudos to Energize for opening a parent center. This center will allow parents with limited literacy skills to help their children with reading and writing. The center is using the UHD e-library. My class produces the books in partnership with Energize. In closing, UHD is looking forward to the continuation of this partnership with Energize for Excellence Academy. It has been proven to be a winning situation for both institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Naomi Doyle Madrid, followed by Cara DeRocha, followed by Karina Quisada.
Speaking on two issues, K1 and D1, so they're flipped, and I apologize. Hello, my name is Naomi Doyle Madrid. I'm a District 9 resident. I have two children at our zone school of Parker Elementary and one mariachi student at HSPVA, and my voice counts. I thank the board for their new focus on student outcomes. While I don't believe in all the test prep activities that many schools have to undertake, I appreciate the board's willingness to focus on the children. I would hope through discussion and deliberations, you would consider the importance of educating the whole child. Children who are sitting and doing nothing but test prep are being cheated out of a critical, wholesome education. I would also like to ask this board to look more closely at the partnerships, district charters that are being voted on today. We do have some good district charters. However, district charters are not the same as state charters, and parents don't always know the difference. But there are many, including accountability standards, related to the for-profit charters in our district. The board should create standards for district charters so that there is consistency in how district charters are chosen, evaluated, and monitored. Our children deserve better than to be pawns to for-profit district charters that are making millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Ms. DeRocha, followed by Karina Quisada, followed by Marilyn.
When did this administration get into the charter school propaganda business? The charter school report by HISD is incredibly one-sided. It begins with the recommendation stating that HISD must continue to support charter schools, and continues on as principals of charter schools get to handpick the members of their own focus groups. And then the principals get to sit in on the focus groups. I'm sure this was a completely unbiased group of parents. It is clear from this report that the administration does not care about students with disabilities. SPED issues are mentioned in only one phrase of this report. That being to state that charter school SPED enrollment is still only 1.9% compared to HISD's 7%, not to mention the national average of 13%. There is a special education crisis in HISD and in Texas, yet this huge deficiency does not make it into the recommendations of this report. Instead, HISD recommends that the district look at charters as models in student discipline and teacher recruitment and retention. Here are some questions. How many students remove themselves from charter schools and return to HISD? I'm not talking about expulsions. If this number is not tracked, that's very convenient. Where is the focus group of parents who were at the charter school but decided to return to their homeschool in HISD? How many certified and uncertified teachers does each charter school have? If this number is not tracked, then that's very convenient. Do you know what's most frustrating? I was here last year for this same vote, saying pretty much the same stuff, and yet nothing has changed. One of you wouldn't vote against the schools because the time of year that the vote falls. That hasn't changed, and I don't think it's going to change next year. Some of you were disturbed by the low SPED numbers in charter schools, but there have been no significant improvements. The only good thing I can say about this report is that it gives you a clear picture of where this administration's loyalties lie. I urge you to vote against this measure. You've made a commitment to educate all children. That includes children with disabilities.
Thank you. Next, we have Karina Quezada, followed by Marilyn, followed by Brian Harrison and Minerva Alvarez.
Last April, I did some research on the Energized schools, and I want to call your attention to two of the many red flags I found. The head of the Energized schools has a for-profit company that owns several of the properties where these schools are located. As a taxpayer, I'm opposed to someone paying themselves rent on buildings they own with our tax dollars. This is double dipping. Not only does she receive a salary from these schools paid by taxpayers, but she's also using taxpayer money to pay herself rent. Children are not cash cows and should not be used as such. In my research, I also found that the majority of teachers at these schools are not certified. At a gender review, Trustee Davila asked how many of the teachers are bilingual ESL certified. That's a great question for a couple of reasons. One, state law requires that the teachers teaching special education or bilingual ESL must be certified in that area. Two, all 8 of the Energized in-district charter schools are comprised in their majority of Latino students, and the total makeup of the Energized schools is 80% Latino. I hear trustees mention that the district is predominantly Latino and how much they care about this community. Students need more than words. If you claim to be about La Raza, well then be about it in ways that truly and directly impact kids, such as making sure their teachers are properly trained and certified. These in-district charters are approved by you, so ultimately, any failures, such as not fulfilling the legal requirements of Child Find or not providing bilingual ESL and special education certified teachers, falls on you. If this board is going to insist on abdicating their duties and hand them over to in-district charters, the least you could do is require that every teacher in those schools be certified in their content area and that your discipline policy, among other policies, be adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Marilyn, and I don't have a last name for Marilyn. Or Marlon? No. Brian Harrison, and we'll also have Minerva Alvarez and Sarah Becker.
I'm Brian Harrison with Socialist Alternative. Public schools are facing a crisis with the huge task of educating every child and not nearly enough money to do the kids right. Charters are at best a short-term fix, like putting a Band-Aid on cancer. While charters appear as an oasis for parents and students, they are in fact mirages, undercutting public education by taking resources and reducing support for community schools. Charters are just the latest effort to privatize schools and turn education into profit. Before charters, it was vouchers, but that proved pretty unpopular. It was clear a different approach to privatization was needed. Now these contract charters, internal charters, have normalized the idea of private entities taking over the role of educating our kids. The privatizers have their foot in the door, and now they're trying to rip it open. These charters have directly led to the scheme to close and privatize underperforming schools. With these charters, HISD is spinning its wheels and sinking deeper into the mud. A Band-Aid can never cure cancer. This problem of too much to do with not enough money to do it can't be fixed with charters. So this board should take bold action, helping to lead the community against school privatization. In January, the board wore red in solidarity with the teacher strike in LA. That's great. This board should also empower and support Houston teachers to fight for better education for Houston students. The community is eager to participate in the fight for our schools, support and empower us rather than limit speaking time and participation. Ultimately, this fundamental problem is that there's not enough money for education. This board should refuse to pay the recapture payment under the state's Robin Hood's funding scheme and demand fully funded public education for Houston students and teachers.
Minerva Alvarez is up. Sarah Becker on deck. Sally Contreras in the hole. All right, looks like Sarah's up. Then we have Sally and Shayna Halverson.
There are multiple reforms that should be passed before you approve these contracts tonight. You should put language in each of these contracts that requires parents to be notified before and during enrollment that their children will be attending a school that's governed by a contract. Parents should know that the contract can be canceled at any time and that the people working with their children are not employees of HISD. We know that parents were blindsided multiple times in the last few years when multiple in-district charters shuttered their doors. It would have helped with the shock if during enrollment they were informed about the nature of the relationship between their campus and the district. While a part of the, quote, HISD family, these schools are not the same, and parents deserve to be fully informed. 2, you should refuse to contract out the management of schools with any for-profit entities, period. Even entities that receive their charter from the state have to be nonprofit, and your standards should be at least as high as the state's. This is not about whether online schools should exist. This is about whether they should be run by a corporation. Kids should not have to compete with shareholders. They will lose every time. Along with the ban on for-profit entities, the district should also eliminate conflicts of interest, which is also in alignment with state standards. Again, I say, kids should never have to compete with profits, and it's your duty to make sure they're not in that position. I have lots of other questions about these charters and the services they're providing, questions you should be asking, but you should start with these reforms. And finally, I'll say with respect to K-5, and the discussion earlier. Efficiency is not the most important priority for this board. Making the right decision for kids is. It is my kids' education you're talking about up here every month, and I do not know why you would voluntarily subject yourselves to these kinds of limits. Your duty is sacred. Efficiency is not the most important thing.
Sally Contreras, Shayna Halverson, and Mindy Wilson. Okay. Shayna Halverson. And then Mindy.
Hi. I stood here a year ago and asked you to vote against renewing the charter school contracts due to their lack of inclusivity to all the children in our district. You renewed them anyway, and I'm asking you again to please pay attention to the exclusionary actions of the schools. You each hold in your hands a report from our administration. It reads like a brochure touting the benefit of a charter school, but you may notice that throughout this document, special education is not mentioned once. The report begins by pointing out that the Texas Education Code claims charter schools exist to, quote, increase the choice of learning opportunities within the public school system and to, quote, establish a new form of accountability for public schools and to, quote, encourage different and innovative learning methods. If that's true, then where are our special learners? Where is our choice? And please show me where is the accountability. I know you haven't had this report for long, but before you vote on it, please take a second to read between the lines of what you're each holding in your hands. On packet page 118, the report says HISD contract charter schools should be studied as models in educational innovation. If that's true, how come they haven't figured out an innovative way to teach our children who need the most creative teaching, our special ed students? If I ask you to please look at the numbers on packet page 175 and tell me that my student and any other student in our district who needs innovative teaching would truly have a choice to attend one of these schools. Trustee Dygard, you have 5 schools on the list in your district. The percentages of special ed students they serve are 0, 1%, 3%, 5%, and 0%. Trustee Jones, you have 3 schools serving 2%, 1%, and 0%. Trustee Adams, you have 1 school serving 6%. Trustee Lira, you have 1 school serving 2%. Trustee Davila, you have 1 physical campus serving 6% SPED. Trustee Villaseca, you have 1 school serving 3% special ed. Not a single one of those schools has a special ed teacher. And I will remind you that the national average for special ed students is 13. This group of charter schools serves 2%. There's 4, and there's not a single ESL or bilingual teacher.
Mindy Wilson.
Before you take this vote tonight, do you believe you have done your due diligence to ensure that every in-district charter student is receiving a comprehensive and appropriate education? Do you know how many teachers have current special education and general education certifications on every in-district charter campus? Do you know why they have lower SPED ID percentages than the neighborhood schools that surround them? Do you know how many teachers on these campuses are certified to teach ELL and bilingual classes? Why do you continue to renew contracts for for-profit charter operators? More importantly, why don't our in-district charter policies address these concerns? Why do the policies you follow and control neglect to require in-district charter operators to serve children the same way you expect your neighborhood schools to serve them? Month after month, we have general discussions about the progress of our HISD district campuses. Principals from around the district are expected to answer questions and make presentations regarding their leadership, their programming on their campus, and the way they allocate public funds and resources. Why don't we expect this level of scrutiny and accountability from our in-district charter operators? Why don't you require charter operators to give public presentations and answer every question the board has at least once a year? HISD administration should not be expected to answer questions about campuses that aren't governed by this board. This is the work of the operators who are contractually obligated to serve the children you are trusting them to. Children whose education matters far more than the dollar amount placed on their heads. I ask you again, have you done your due diligence before you rubber stamp the fate of every child attending our in-district charter campuses? And if you haven't, what are you going to do about it?
Our next item held for registered speakers is Agenda Item H1, approval to negotiate, execute, and amend a construction contract for partial roof replacement at Garden Oaks Montessori and Sharpstown International School. We have one speaker to this agenda item, Gary Monroe. For this one. Okay. And even though the next three speakers are speaking to another agenda item, let's have them ready to go. We have William Stowe, Michael Crum, and Don Barnes.
If you choose to listen, you can. Y'all did an excellent job. They couldn't even look you in your eye. You know what you care about? You. You should care about that black child that went to jail for 3 days in one of your schools. You know what else you should care about? That I just got a text that Persian is out of control again. Get on your job. I'm not your friend. I don't want to be your friend. Some of y'all put my name in your mouth. Well, put some respect on it. See, you don't have to like me. I don't like some of y'all either. But I'm going to tell you what I like. I like some Latino kids at Austin High School. And a good friend of mine named Paul Wall said, Monroe, I'm closing the studio down. Why don't we give that equipment to Yates? No, why don't you give it to Austin? So, as I sit and I talk to my kids, especially yours at Yates, and I can put Columbia Records on the phone, on the speaker, don't come over there acting like you're dying with them when we go platinum. Because some of y'all don't understand you're making decisions on schools that you have never been to. How many of y'all have actually walked in our campus? How many of y'all that are not African American have walked through an African American school? You've never done it, and you don't plan on doing it. And I'm going to tip my hat when them people do what they need to do. See, because karma is what it is. I make some bold statements, and I'm going to make one right now. I don't care if you get mad. I'll be here the day you pack your stuff to leave.
Our registered speakers is Agenda Item 1, approval of vendor awards for purchases over $100,000 and ratification of vendor awards for purchases under $100,000. We have three speakers to this agenda item. First up, William Stowe. Second, Michael Crum, and then Don Barnes.
Good evening. My name is William Stowe. I'm an attorney for Dell Marketing LP, which was a bidder in connection with this RFP, which concerned end-user computer devices, and this is on packet page 208. The recommendation for the award is to go to NetSync Network Solutions. This is a contract worth tens of millions of dollars. Before I actually make some brief comments, I want to ask, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but does anybody on the board know whether the bid presented by NetSync Network Solutions was actually the lowest cost bid? Does anybody know? Okay, I'll just move on. The original RFP on this, in this matter, said nothing about the winning vendor having to be HP certified. And curiously, an amendment to the RFP was made which required the winning vendor to be HP certified. That means that you have to be certified to service the existing HP computers at the district. To be HP certified, you have to sell HP computers. That meant basically that with this amendment, only one bidder could win this contract, and that would be NetSync. My client, Dell, is not HP. They don't have HP certifications. So we have very serious concerns that this amendment was crafted so as to tailor it so that only one bidder could win. That's a big, big problem. And I would implore you to hit the pause button on this contract award and investigate that. We have several Public Information Act requests for documents pending. We're going to get those documents. But I would implore you just to hit the pause button on the contract award.
Next up, we have Michael Crum, then Don Barnes, and which item were you speaking on, sir? Oh, yeah. It's I-1, I'm sorry, I-1. But which item you mean, Trustee Adams? There are lots of items that are... Which project? Which project?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's RFP 1908-09. It's the end-user computer devices RFP.
Okay, page 193 in the packet. Thank you. Okay. All right.
Good evening. My name is Mike Crum. I'm actually in support for William, so I really don't have anything else to add. I'm just here as backup, so thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Okay. Don Barnes. And then we have Edith Penn and Amy Maddox for a separate agenda item.
Hello, my name is Dawn Barnes, and I was deeply involved in preparing Dell's response for this RFP. And we approached this RFP response in good faith because we honestly felt that Dell could assist with helping Houston ISD do more with less. And that, from what I've been hearing over this course of this evening, that seems to be a concern. So when you review the RFP response submitted and you review the proposal to approve NetSync for this award, I'd like for you to consider whether it's really representing the best value. Because I can honestly attest that we checked every box and we feel very strongly about the very, very strong proposal that we submitted. And the last minute, the literally last minute requirement that the vendor be HP certified, this was after we'd already been working on it for several weeks. So that was very unusual to get something so significant so late in the process. So just consider this choice very carefully and make sure that you're really awarding according to best value and in good faith. Thank you.
Okay. Our next item held for registered speakers is agenda item K1, proposed revisions to board policy AE Local, educational philosophy, second reading. We have Edith Penn up, Amy Maddox, and then Jennifer Cross.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Edie Penn, and I'm the mother of a high school student at Houston Academy for International Studies, a small early college magnet high school that sits in District 4. I thank the board for their new focus on student outcomes, and I support Trustee Sung's recommendations for incorporating citizen voice in furtherance of that goal. I present the following for your consideration. Houston Academy for International Studies is an amazing school. Not only do our students earn associate degrees, they are encouraged to become global citizens by traveling and learning abroad. HICE is a magnet school, but the dialogue around magnet schools has largely been focused on data indicating that these schools do not serve the Black and brown students of HISD. If you can grab a pen and note these numbers, HICE is 93% students of color, 74% free and reduced lunch. Students there represent 7 of these 9 districts. This year's senior class is 114 students. Top 10% is all students of color, and 82% of them are young women, including the valedictorian. 74 of these students are on target to receive associate's degrees before high school graduation in June, and 24% of that class is graduating with a 4.0 or higher. The colleges these students will attend include UT, A&M, UH Honors Program, UVA, Colby, Dartmouth, Yale, and prayerfully, Brown University. This is a story that, to my knowledge, has gone untold and unrecognized in this space. Without allowing the students, parents, teachers, and other concerned citizens who live these experiences every day to give you the stories that support data-laden student outcomes, you fail to hear the stories of some of the district's best and brightest students. No matter how you slice it, it's stories that drive the most meaningful actions, not data alone. As evidenced by the little bit of information I've just given you, these stories cannot be told by 10 people once a month in 2-minute allotments. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you live your renewed desire to increase discussion about student outcomes by increasing the number of voices in those discussions, and I think Trustee Sung's recommendations are a good first step to this. This is my voice. Thank you for hearing me.
Next, we have Amy Maddox, Jennifer Cross, and then Tish Ochoa.
Hello, my name is Amy Maddox. I'm the parent of 4 students in HISD. I have 2 students at Frank Black Middle School and 2 students at Heights High School. And my voice counts. I want to thank the board for its new focus on student outcomes. This is a step in the right direction and is long overdue. But I continue to have concerns about the board's governance issues. I'm concerned that I have heard that there will be an amendment on the day of the meeting, especially at the same time that we are talking about the board proposing moving speakers to agenda review, which I think could be a very good thing, but will we be able to have amendments at the last minute, and will people be able to speak on those? I'm concerned that the board still has not embraced either Lone Star governance or any type of governance framework or training. I'm concerned that months after voting to hire an executive coach, none has been hired to my knowledge. I'm concerned that board members continue to sometimes be mired in details and not governance. And I'm concerned that these things drive our best teachers away, which I have seen on our own campuses, and I'm concerned that they drive families away to private schools, charter schools, and other places. I would like the board to consider taking a hard look at its governance issues and making improvements. Thank you.
Jennifer Cross, Tish Ochoa, and Dr. Jasmine Jenkins.
Dear Madam President and trustees, thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Jennifer Cross. There are about 780 students at my younger children's Title I Elementary Condit and 1,200 students at Pin Oak Middle School where my oldest child attends. My voice counts. I applaud your new commitment to increase the amount of time focused on student outcomes, as this is an important step in the right direction. However, I have significant concerns about the board's overall lack of a clear vision and comprehensive strategies to improve our district, which impacts not only the students at my children's schools, but the roughly 210,000 students in HISD. For example, 1 year ago, Mr. Carranza resigned as superintendent, and a significant factor was not enough support for how he envisioned restructuring the district to make it more equitable. The board still hasn't developed a clear definition of what equity looks like in HISD. The Resource Allocation Advisory Committee is waiting for an equity definition to guide its recommendations. And we're possibly about to hire another superintendent without this crucial component of our vision laid out to see if that person is on the same page. Underlying this issue, many months of board dysfunction last year culminated in the surprise October vote to oust Dr. Lathan and hire Dr. Saavedra as interim superintendent. In an interview with the Houston Chronicle, as well as several times during the October board retreat, Dr. Saavedra stated he quickly found the dysfunction is not at the superintendent level, it's governance issues at the board level. During a reconciliation press conference after this turn of events, the trustees said they would consider hiring an executive coach. A vote for this was postponed months ago and never taken up again. You also said at that press conference, words without actions are meaningless. I truly believe that each and every one of you cares about children and about the future of HISD, but as a group, you can't see the big picture, agree on the most pressing priorities, and collectively develop strategies to improve student outcomes. The board needs an executive coach to help you develop your governance model and set the vision and strategies to improve outcomes.
Tisha Ochoa, Dr. Jasmine Jenkins, and then Leah Salinas.
Hi, my name is Tisha Ochoa. I have a student at Wilson Montessori, and my voice counts. I want to thank the board for their new focus on student outcomes. When adults center the conversation around our children and how to improve the quality of their education, I believe engagement with the community will follow. I would also like to speak to item K5, which specifically concerns public engagement. My understanding was that speaking at a gender review would lead to more public engagement and more meaningful dialogue with all of you. I fully support that and actually really welcome that. However, the language of the item seems punitive when you reread it, with provisions to exclude voices who are regular speakers or to limit the number of public comments. Please do not support distancing yourself from your constituents. While the conversation at these meetings does need to be elevated, every voice matters and deserves to be heard every month. Thank you.
Dr. Jasmine Jenkins, Leah Salinas, and then Daniel Santos afterwards.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Jenkins. I am a voter and taxpayer in HISD District 1, and my voice counts. I'd like to thank you all for item K1 for your continued work to center your time on student outcomes. I think this is a move in a positive direction. At the same time, I'd like to call the board's attention to its lack of a comprehensive equity policy. I understand that the policy committee has been hard at work at finding a way to define equity in HISD, and I ask that the board consider that your equity policy must include more than just racial and ethnic inequality. It needs to address the needs of disabled and special needs students. It needs to address the requirements of LGBTQIA plus students and potential bullying that they might face. And it absolutely must include the access of parents and families and concerned community members even to these meetings. I appreciate that on this evening, the district has provided interpretation services to Spanish-speaking families and parents. However, that is not those are not services that are regularly available every month at your meetings. It also seems that the current structure of the way this board operates tends to fuel the flame of an echo chamber mentality, one in which the same folks are arguing the same points and the loudest voices are those that are listened to. We want to ensure that parents from across the district, not just magnet schools, not just traditional neighborhood schools, but parents everywhere from HSPVA to Sam Houston, from Luskin Elementary to Condit and Pershing, are able to be heard and understood and are able to understand. Thank you so much for your work, and we ask that you continue to strive toward equity.
Leah Salinas, then Daniel Santos, and then Ann Eagleton.
Hello, my name is Leah Salinas, and I have a child that attends Frank Black in the neighborhood program and 2 children who attend the neighborhood program at Oak Forest Elementary. And my voice matters. I think the board has a great direction on the addressing the student Thank you for focusing on student outcomes, and I really appreciate it. I think this is a move in the right direction. I feel like this needs to be one of our biggest priorities and student outcomes for all students in our district. I also want to ask that the board pay attention to the proposed definition of equity and ask that you make sure in your definition that you include all children. I agree that we need to pay special attention to areas that have been neglected for years, especially the racial and ethnic inequities. Please also remember children of all areas deserve equitable opportunities, including our children with disabilities, low socioeconomic status, and members of the LGBTQ community. Not only do all of our children in all of these categories also deserve to be included in your proposed definition, but so do our staff and faculty members of HISD and stakeholders. It's time we take the steps necessary to provide equity to all members of our community, especially racial and ethnic equity that has long been neglected. Other demographics have also been severely neglected, and I've witnessed that in the special education area with my own child. Let's provide equity to them all, measured more than by STAR scores, more than by test grades, but let's measure their student outcomes by them as the whole child and the community member, one that becomes equipped with tools that they need to thrive in our community mentally, socially, and educationally. Please consider editing the language in your proposal.
Daniel Santos, Ann Eagleton, and Sarah Terrell. Yep. So our next item held for registered speakers is Agenda K3, proposed revisions to Board Policy DNA Local Performance Appraisal Evaluation of Teachers, first reading, and we have one speaker tonight, Daniel Santos.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Daniel Santos, 13-year veteran teacher at Navarro Middle School. Tonight, I rise in support of item K3, revision to board policy on the appraisal of teachers. To understand why this change is needed, it is instructive to revisit the goals of our current appraisal system as it was sold to the public and juxtapose them with the subsequent results. When it was adopted in 2011, the current system was intended to reduce teacher turnover, improve teacher performance, and by extension, student outcomes, according to then Superintendent Greer. However, within 5 years, Houston Chronicle education reporter Erica Mellon published an analysis contradicting those assertions. Instead of retaining our best, the district faced an exodus of veteran teachers, the student achievement gaps widened, test scores were stagnant, and the number of low-rated schools surpassed the state average for the first time in a decade. And according to research conducted by HFT, the misapplication and misuse of the appraisal system, whether unintentional or not, played a central role in driving our most experienced teachers away, teachers that could have positively changed our district's trajectory. So tonight, we have an opportunity to shape the future. By adopting this revised policy to treat our experienced teachers like the experts that we are, it will not only help school principals to focus more on supporting novice teachers, but also empower our expert teachers to become mentors and lifelong members of Team HISD. Please vote for this revision and elevate our teaching profession for good. Thank you.
All right. Our next item held for registered speakers is Agenda K4, proposed revisions to Board Policy BDB Local, Board Internal Organization, Internal Committees, first reading. First speaker up is Ann Eagleton, then Sarah Terrell, and then Jessica DeFeo on another agenda item.
Hi, my name is Ann Eagleton. I was very disturbed when I found this on the agenda item. I find that HISD and the board do not take the audit function serious. The audit function is to make sure that money is being spent as it's supposed to be spent. It's to make sure that no one is a thief taking extra money. That is your commitment to the taxpayer. That's your commitment to parents, so we know money is being spent the way it's supposed to be spent. Please honor that commitment and adopt Dallas ISD's policy that is very stringent. And please do not add the legal department to this policy. I'd also like to address the charter school. Each charter school gave you their audited financial statement. I noticed in that beautiful brochure, you did not include their financial statement. I think everyone would enjoy reading that. That's where we get to see how much some of these leaders are paid. We'd see which people loaned themselves multi-million-dollar loans that aren't going to be paid for a long time and aren't secured. Did anyone at HISD read any of these financial statements? Does anybody know some of these organizations may be building a house of cards that's going to blow up like Victory Prep? Did anyone read those financial statements? It's not a rhetorical question. It's an actual question that needs an answer. Thank you.
Sarah Terrell, then Jessica DeFeo and Mark Flores.
I was dismayed when Debbie Fincher, Director of Ethics and Compliance, left the district and that her position was moved from internal audit to legal. Now all her work could be shielded by attorney-client privilege, and without internal audit's direct line of report to the board, it's possible all the work would be hidden and useless. She said to me, HISD does not like light. 11 little words, seemingly insignificant. I understand the General Counsel herself suggested the policy addition. The Audit Committee will fulfill oversight responsibilities in conjunction with Board, Council, and the Office of General Counsel. You've heard of best practices. These are worst practices. As with ethics and compliance, this would stifle the independence of the Audit Committee and internal audit, giving administration a place on the committee, a heads up on what they are doing, and a say in the disposition of audit efforts and findings. Audit's job is to audit the administration. Without complete independence, they cannot be effective. And then there's the cloak of invisibility, the confidentiality privilege, to be draped over audit's findings whenever someone finds it useful. Dallas's policy adds 2 non-voting citizens as finance experts to the audit committee. The Securities Exchange Commission also requires a financial expert on the audit committee of every public company. Dallas's policy protects internal audit's independence, even as to the working conditions of the department personnel. And there is much more we could emulate. I know it can be discouraging to some trustees, the seeming stranglehold on power that administration has here. Effective auditing is one shot. The lid is off the cookie jar.
Our final item held for registered speakers is K5, proposed revisions to board policy, BED local, board meetings, public participation, first reading. First up, Jessica DeFeo, then Mark Flores, and then Dr. Pamela J. Boveland.
Good evening. The power of any school board or school district lies in the hands of the community that it serves. Each of you have the privilege of serving the students and parents of one of the largest school districts in this state and in this country. Over the last year, this community has shown you the power that we have over crucial decisions before this board. We have changed votes, we have put our bodies on the line, and we have kept out more partnerships and charters from entering this district, and we will continue to do so. I can't help but think that the TEA has a direct hand in attempting to limit the amount of time and the number of parents and citizens who get to speak because they know exactly the kind of power that we hold. Sorry, I have a phone call. You may say what you will about this change and what it means. The truth is, limiting the amount of time someone can speak directly removes the power that we hold and so deserve, and making sure our children and our voices are heard on behalf of our children. If you were to edit anything about these meetings, it should be to make sure there is plenty of time for us to speak on behalf of our children. This is an attempt to strip away the power of those who have the highest stake in this district, the parents of the students who need support. You have an opportunity tonight to strike down this change, and I ask you to do just that. If not, we will continue to hold you accountable, whether it is in this setting or not. We will continue to fight for our right to support our children. Hell hath no fury like a mother trying to be silenced in an attempt to fight for her child. Vote no on this issue. Thank you.
Mark Flores, Dr. Pamela J. Boveland, and Travis McGee. Dr. Pamela J. Boveland.
You said Flores. You said someone before.
I did. Mark Flores. Is there Mark Flores? You're good. Thanks.
Good evening, and I want to thank you for the wonderful report about making meetings more efficient. I think that's amazing. I had a lot of problems with some of the time constraints that involved with me having to go through the agenda items one by one. I do want to say that on K5, the problem I had was, yes, it was good that we now separated agenda items in consolidation from citizen speak. That never should have been. But I do think you don't need to collapse agenda items. It is very difficult to speak out of turn and not on the item that's above us that people are looking at. And it makes more sense just to let everybody have their minute, because you're limiting it to 24, thanks to that report, you're limiting it to 24 people per item. And that's all that there should be. There's no need to consolidate people and force them to squeeze all of their thoughts into 2 or 3 things. I understand that you don't want people to get on every agenda item so they can say the same thing over and over and over. But that's why you have the clause, you have to stay on topic. And that's why you can cut this mic off. See, there's technology that can help us do that. So we don't need to consolidate everybody into try to cram all their thoughts and ideas into 2 minutes when they could have their 1 minute on that particular item. So I implore you to remove the consolidation and to continue the process of allowing us to have more voice. It is very important. You are under attack, and you need to get with us and save yourselves, because you are seriously under attack.
Next up, we have Travis McGee and then Ryan Booker. Travis McGee. Right. Ryan Booker.
My name is Ryan Booker. Last April, this board shut down a public meeting and had police drag multiple parents and community members out of this room. None of us wants a repeat of that night. I would have thought that one of the lessons to be drawn was that attempts to use arbitrary board policies to silence the voices of community members only breeds anger and mistrust between trustees and the Houston community. Yet here we are discussing an item that places further arbitrary limits on community voices. This is anti-democratic and it's unacceptable. Democracy is vital to our public schools, and democracy requires far more than elections for trustees every few years. Community schools need community control. HISD is under attack by the TEA and state lawmakers. Corporations and politicians are systematically privatizing our public schools. Now, more than ever, this board needs to engage the community, not attempt to silence us. And let's make no mistake, that's what this item does. For the most important contentious items on which public input is most vital, a limit of 20 minutes would deny numerous people the right to speak. This board should be fighting alongside students, parents, teachers, and the broader community to address the real problems facing schools. We need to fight against the corporate takeover of public education. We need fully funded schools, democratically controlled by parents, teachers, and students. We need to end high-stakes testing, both for student and teacher assessment. And we need to address the economic challenges that so many students in our community face. This community will be heard, whether sanctioned by this board or not. Our schools are too important for us to be silent. So I urge you, work with us, not against us. Vote down these anti-democratic limits on public input. Thanks.
Now we're going to go ahead and move on to the consideration of the superintendent's agenda items. We've heard all speakers to agenda items this evening. We're now ready to move on to the business agenda. For the record, let it be reflected that agenda items B1, K4, and K5, and attachments to items B1, D1, E1, I3, K4, and K5 were added after the agenda was printed. Agenda items H1 and attachments to H1, I1, I2, and I3 were revised. No agenda items were withdrawn. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. As defined in Board Policy BBFA Local, a conflict of interest is any circumstance that could cast doubt on a trustee's ability to act with total objectivity in regard to the district's interests. Starting with a trustee to my far right and continuing left, would each trustee state any agenda items he or she wants held for separate discussion, and also state any agenda item for which the trustee will abstain on the basis of conflict of interest requirements, which will also be held for separate discussion. Starting with Trustee Skiller and Jones. Let me finish reading the script, though. Okay. Trustee Skiller and Jones, do you have any items you wish to hold for discussion and or abstain? And
Hold D1, hold
Okay.
K1, and abstention from E1.
E1 abstention, and you said D1 and?
And K1.
K1? Okay, thank you. Trustee Lira?
No abstention and hold item I1 for discussion.
Okay. Trustee Sung?
Hold K4, no abstentions.
K5? K4. K4? Okay, thank you.
No abstentions, D1, I1, B1, K5, and K4.
Hold on, D1, I1, K5, and K4?
Yes.
No abstentions? That's right. Okay. Trustee Jones?
No.
Okay.
No abstentions, and things I wanted pulled have already been pulled.
Trustee Dygard?
Hold B1, K4, K5, and D1. No abstentions.
B1, K4, K5. B1, K4, K5. Did I miss any?
B1, K4, K5, D1.
Okay. Trustee Adams?
No abstentions, and all my items that I have listed have already been pulled. Thank you.
Okay. And I have no abstentions, and all of my items have also been mentioned. Okay? So let me put things in order here. Items to be held are going to be B1, D1, I1, K4, or K1, K4, and K5. Okay? And the only abstention that we have is from Trustee Skiller and Jones on item E1. We will now consider items held for discussion by board members. Our first item held for abstention is agenda item E1, approval of contract with Harris County for the Absent Student Assistance Program. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Oh, let me go back and read the norms. All right. Consideration of items held for discussion. Colleagues, as a reminder, if you have any questions regarding today's agenda, I'm asking that each trustee limit his or her questions to 1 minute per agenda item, a total of 10 minutes for all items combined. The board services staff will track your time. Okay. Our first item held for abstention is agenda item E1, approval of contract with Harris County for the Absent Student Assistance Program. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Okay. Nobody's in the queue, so if not, please vote. We have 7 for, 0 against, 0 abstain, and 1 absent.
There's one abstain.
1 abstain, sorry. 7 for, 0 against, 1 abstain, and 1 absent. Okay. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item. B1. Open this up. And the B1 agenda item is discussion concerning restructuring board meetings to increase student outcomes focus.
There's no action on this one. The board president said if there were further discussion, we could discuss it.
Thank you for reminding me. Yep, so since there's no action to be taken on this item, this is a discussion item that pertains to item K5. So we'll wait to have discussion on K5. We don't need to take action on this item. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item D1. It's the authority to negotiate and execute renewal agreements with contract charter schools for the 2019-2020 school year. May I have a motion? Do I have a second? Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Skiller-Jones?
One, how many students is this? How many students are we talking about here?
It's over 11,000 students that are being served by charter schools, and over 5,000 are out of district.
5,000 are what?
Out of district.
Like transferring into those?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So is that 5 included in this 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any other questions?
How much is that in funding, and how does it affect both our funding and our recapture if these students are taken out?
All students? Based on our calculations of the WADA that these students generate, it's about $63.4 million as our recapture would go up.
63.4 million?
Yeah, if we lost every single student that is currently in one of these 8 charters, based on their WADA that we expect them to generate, our recapture would go up about $63.4 million.
And how would that affect our food program?
I can't speak to that.
Ms. Betty, can you speak to Trustee Skiller-Jones' question as it relates to CEP? If these students were not calculated into our 209,000 students?
Good evening, Board. Currently, there are some charter schools that are calculated, and it causes us to have 100% CEP. If we lose those schools, we will go back to a free and reduced price lunch meal program. Currently, we feed all children at no charge.
That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Skiller-Jones. Up next on the queue is Trustee Santos.
Okay, I'm going to practice my 1 minute. These schools don't serve all students. The number of students receiving special education service is far below the district average. Some of these schools are obvious fronts for for-profit ventures. I'm glad that we're doing this early so administration can come up with a plan to bring these students back to HISD schools. We only get 5% of that money. The rest of it goes back to these for-profit charters. So we're in March. We have time to attract these students back. However, I will say this much. I did not receive the information necessary to be able to do my due diligence on these charters. We just received the information last night, which we didn't have access to because we had to come into Hattie Mae White and get a USB. So I move that we postpone this vote until March 28th so that we can have additional time to review the audit reports that we received, that we're technically receiving today.
So we have a motion on the table. We have a second. Lisa? We go ahead and take a vote? Okay. Please vote.
To what date?
March 28th, the date of the hearings.
Oh, the hearings. Next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Date of the hearings, March 28th.
Next Thursday.
Won't be here. Not all trustees will be here.
I'm going to remind my colleagues that if this vote doesn't move forward, we have to bring our students back to the district. So the administration will need ample time to go out and form a plan to bring the students back. So March 28th is the next time we're posted to meet. Does anybody know when we're posted after that?
Either April or agenda review for April.
April 4th?
April 4th.
If possibly.
April 4th.
Well, then I move that we postpone this vote until April 4th so that we can have additional time to review the audit reports that we received today.
Do we have to withdraw?
Let me withdraw my other motion.
Okay, so we need to clear the board of the votes. Okay.
Okay, I'll repeat it.
Please repeat the motion.
I move that we postpone this vote until March 22nd so that we have additional time.
April 4th.
I'm sorry. I move that we postpone this vote until April 4th so that we have additional time to review the audit reports, doing our due diligence that we received today.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote on the amendment. Yeah.
So we're going to vote on
At agenda review.
We can.
At agenda review. It's next. It's 2 posted meetings out from today. Yes, Trustee Adams.
I'm trying to chime in before Santos, and my thing does not work. That's why I've been trying to get the attention before she spoke, because I had a question for Dr. Barras.
Okay.
But it's not working for some reason.
Okay. Can we have some technical support, please? Okay.
You have to clear the other trustees out.
There isn't anything there in the queue.
Nothing in the queue?
No, nothing in the queue. Okay, go. Yes.
And this is before your motion, Trustee Santos. I just want to make sure, Madam Superintendent, Dr. Barras, just want to be clear. You stated that if these 11,000 students are removed, our recapture payment would go up $63 million. Is that what you stated?
That is assuming that not one of these students attend one of our other schools and go elsewhere.
Okay, so that's just an assumption on what?
It's an assumption.
Okay. And then you have the 5,000. So actually, when we're looking at it, we're looking at 6,000 hours, right? And then 5,000 that are not. So that 5,000 will go back to their home school, right? That's not here. Is that correct?
On the virtual academy?
And I think it's the total. It's total. So what I'm hearing you saying there's 5,000 students that are not HISD students that come out of district.
I didn't say that. Somebody else would have to address that.
Where did I get that from? Longoria said it. I'm sorry. So Longoria, I'm sorry. I apologize, Miss Longoria. So that 5,000 that's within that 11,000 will go back to their home school, which is out of our district. Is that correct? Okay. And so, do we know what that money calculation is from just as 5? Because we know they're not coming to our schools. They're going to go back home.
Yeah, well, if we just lost the 5,000 and then converted that into WADA, if you give me a second, I can calculate that to see what we...
Because that's an important number for us in our recapture payment. 58 million?
5893 students, 5,893 students.
Okay. So we can just get that calculated because I really want that answer because I understand we have the 6 that may or may not when you have like 5 charter schools. Well, I know it's 3 charter schools that's moving in near those campuses already that I have a feeling that we're not going to get those schools back, those students back. That's my concern without a strategic plan on our students. And so we can get that calculation because I really want that calculation.
Just those students?
Just that 5,893.
That's correct. would be about 41.4 million increase in recapture, just losing the amount that Ms. Longoria mentioned as far as the enrollment, converting that into ADA, converting that into WADA, since it's all based on WADA. So, and again, these numbers have a plus or minus of a few $1 million either way, but it's north of $40 million.
So that would be $41 million on top of what we already owe. And based on what Miss Betty stated, that we would have to go back charging some of our food. So I'm really concerned about that without a strategic plan for our students, because I know my bell rung, but this is very, not, advocating for one school or another, but the situation that we're in right now, I have a concern for that without a strategic plan on our student base.
Okay.
So that's $41 million we would have to find.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Thank you. I want to be respectful of all of our trustee time today. I do want to go back because we did vote on a motion, right, which we passed. So I want to announce that 8 in support of the motion, 0 against, 0 abstain, 1 absent. All right. So now we actually have to vote on the agenda item at this point? We're postponing it? We're good? Okay. All right. Making sure we're good. We have one trustee in the queue right now. Is it on this agenda item? It is? Okay.
On this agenda item?
On this agenda item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so just a few notes and questions that I'd like to get in writing before we take this postponed vote. So one, I just want to clarify.
Point of order, the item has been postponed. Once it's postponed, that counts as discussion.
Okay. It was postponed before you talked.
No, but I couldn't.
I also rang in before, so.
It did, and then it cleared. I did see your name in the queue before it cleared.
Yeah.
So what?
So
be good.
I will be.
I know.
So there are 2 people, so let's go ahead and have Trustee Sun. Are we allowed to do this legally?
It's been voted on.
Okay, nice.
Do that.
Once you have voted and you have announced.
Technically, we can reconsider the vote and and talk back on it, and then do the motion again if you want to go by Robert's Rules of Order. But we've already gone out of that because Trustee Adams chimed in after we already voted.
I will submit my questions in writing. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item I-1. Approval of vendor awards for purchases over $100,000 and ratification of vendor awards for purchases under $100,000.
Before we move forward, can I please get my request button fixed? Please, before we move any forward, because this is one of the items I'm sure somebody would get this button fixed. So if you can hear me request, there will be no more issues.
Technology's on the way.
I'll raise my hand until it gets
Okay.
fixed. Is that okay, madam?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, our next item held for discussion is agenda item I-1, approval of vendor awards. All right, may I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? We have Dr. Lita in the queue.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Okay, this item, it was just recently given here in terms of the, on page 193, it's the next sync contract. Yes, this contract, it's I've always had, when they first came on board here in the district, back in about 2009, 2010, NetSync has been the predominant vendor for technology in our district. Is that correct? Well, we're supposed to just have a conversation over here. Well, anyway, my concern is that I don't know if there's been adequate opportunity for other folks, and the amount of technology that's being spent, I have yet to see any type of research, empirical data that determines that this has actually improved student achievement, student outcomes, goals 1, 2, and 3 by providing more and more of this. So I'm going to make a motion to postpone this item as to the process for our next regular board meeting, April 7th, I believe, or 17th, 11th.
April 4th? Or the regularly scheduled
The
meeting?
regular scheduled board meeting. So I'll make a motion to postpone this item, put this item for
The entire?
this item right here.
Or this one?
The RFP, the 10310.
Which item is it? I1 dot? 190809 project, okay. Project.
She does it when we get into discussions. I'll look on it.
Okay.
I'm chiming in.
Oh, there went discussion, but somebody's got to.
Do we have to second it before, and then we have discussion, right? So, that's true.
Well, before we postpone it, can we have discussion?
Let's go ahead and have discussion, okay, trustees? So we actually have trustee Dygard first. Go ahead.
I'm normally very, very hesitant to get involved in conversations about who our vendors are. But it was concerning to me to hear that there was a change. It sounded like there was from a speaker that there was a change in process. Is that, was there a change in process on this? And if so, why was there a change in process on this?
So there wasn't really a change in process. The RFP was issued, a solicitation was done, it was posted, it was advertised. There were 3 addendums issued to this item, which is not unusual. We will issue addendums to procurement items. The first addendum was issued on November the 16th, where we changed the bid opening date to December the 19th of 2018. Each vendor that responds to our solicitations, they must acknowledge the addendums, they must sign the addendums and turn them in with their solicitation. We issued a second solicitation on December the 7th. On December the 7th, we issued a second solicitation, basically, and I'm summarizing this, that the vendor has to be able to work on and has to be certified to work on HP equipment, et cetera. We issued a third addendum on December the 13th, extending the due date of the solicitations another month, and they were due now on January the 8th. So we gave an extra 30 days after we issued the second addendum.
So why was the HP addendum added?
It was added based on questions that we received from vendors. They have a time period in which they can ask questions, and based on the questions that we were giving and that we were provided and we responded to, that's why we provided that additional language. The questions that every vendor answered were also issued as a part of the addendum number 2 and provided to all the bidders.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, trustee Skilling-Jones.
Is this contract going to expire before we come back and meet again on it? Because it says the term is March 22nd through March 22nd. So is it effective tomorrow? And is the current contract going to run out? Are we going to be covered with services?
Trustee Skilling-Jones, I would have to look at that. I'm not sure. I believe, and maybe I could defer to Scott, I believe the current contract may expire at the end of this month.
The current contract actually expires at the end of April.
So this contract term is not correct that's listed here?
Well, this contract term would be for the new contract, for this contract.
Okay,
but
so
the current contract that we're
covers,
on.
we got some leeway in there. Gotcha.
Overlap. There's overlap.
Okay. Trustee Santos?
I agree with Dr. Lira's motion, although I do want to sever an item on I-1 and vote on that separately. So do I need to make a motion for that separately, Lisa, or?
Right now, you're just voting to postpone that one.
All of I-1 or just NetSync?
Just that one item. So when we have further discussion, when we take up the main motion again, if you want to divide, you can make a motion to divide and divide out if that's what you want. You want a separate vote on an item?
Yes. But yes, $125 million, if someone can do less from more with less. I agree with that, Dr. Lita. So I'm going to second your motion.
Okay. So right now we have a motion on the table to postpone item I-1A, project 19-08-09 until the next regularly scheduled board meeting, which is April 11th. Right? Okay. We have a motion and we have a second, so let's go ahead and vote. Trustee Adams. Project, okay. So we have 6-4, 0 against, 1 abstain, and 2 absent. All right. So now we're going to go back to the item, the original item held for discussion, which is the entire item I-1. Do we have any comments or questions from my colleagues? Yes, Trustee Adams. Yes.
I-1A, about the on-site wellness clinics. I think at the budget meeting, Madam Superintendent, at the budget workshop, I was watching from my desk. They was asking then like an additional $8 million for increase in benefits. And then here, we're asking for $8.6 million for on-site clinics. And I guess my question would be, since how long that we've been utilizing the on-site clinics, and how many visits have we had? Because I'm trying to justify the $8 million. And actually, are we using those on-site clinics? And how many people have used them since its inception? The total years, Madam Superintendent. And who utilized the on-site clinics as well? Because I know we have one.
So we have
here.
two clinics. We have one here at the Hattie Mae White Building and another one at Attucks Middle School. We've been running these clinics, I think, since about 2011, 2010.
8 years.
We run about 6,000 visits a year through the clinics, and that's been running fairly steady for the past several years.
Which the county schools would do anyway.
And keep in mind that that cost that you quoted was over a 5-year deal. I believe the first year of is about $1.6 million.
So it's 1.6 per year?
Is what the cost is for the first year. I think it escalates in outer years.
Okay. So you say we average 6,000 employees per year?
6,000 visits. I think it's
per
about 3,800 visits. 3,800.
38 visits per year in a 12-month period?
3,800 people or 3,900 people have visited, and that represents about 6,000 visits. So that makes sense. I've said that right.
So about averaging would you say about 325 people a month?
I didn't
I mean, based on the numbers what you just gave me.
That sounds about right.
That's about right? Okay. So about 325 of our city employees, of our HISD employees visit these clinics, these on-site clinics, which is about a total that we want to spend is like $8 million. I'm just trying to justify, just to make sure, but thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President. Madam Chair.
It's I-1. Yes. No.
I'm going to chime in. I have a question on the specific item, project 1911-18 also. I know that the two clinics that we have, we're a huge district. We have lots of square footage. We have employees across, and for them to only be able to choose two clinics, it seems like, and the hours are really not conducive either, because they close and they open at a certain time that's not too far away from the beginning and the end of the school day if you're working in a school supporting students. So I just have a question. I know that this Next Level Urgent Care, they have clinics across the city. Would we be able to, that are 24-hour urgent care centers, would we be able to actually use or access our employees, those that may be more convenient, located in the corner of the city, that they close to where they work or live, and open 24/7?
They did offer that as an option in the proposal. Since that's not something we currently offer in our program, it's not something we're recommending at this point. As we look at our budget and opportunities, and we can put some funding in to be able to cover that cost, it would be an option that we could consider.
How much was?
I want to say it was $5 PEPM. $20? No, that was for the. I'd have to check. I want to say it was roughly about $1 million was my off the head estimate on the cost, and it would be a $20 copay.
So $1 million on top of the 1.5 budgeted?
Correct.
Per year?
Per year.
Plus $20?
No, that would
for the copay, or that's how it would be funded?
When I averaged it out, it was about $1 million per additional cost for the district to offer that benefit, and it would have a $20 copay. Again, that's not a benefit we currently offer, so it wasn't something that we wanted to recommend at this point, but it's something we're going to be looking at for 2020 if we can do it without, putting our fund in further jeopardy and cost.
And then the last question is, would the $8 million be able to go back, or the 1.5 year over year go back to all employees being able to save on insurance costs?
Our consultants are estimating that the net savings to the plan would be about $900,000, given that those employees would then seek care through the health plan. Now, we do have deductibles and co-insurances, so it wouldn't be a complete thing, but also some people would end up going to see emergency care and urgent care that might be even more costly. So it's a guess, but that would be their guess, would be that it would be a savings of about $900,000 to the plan. Which would reduce our plan costs. Keep in mind, though, that also means that employees that are utilizing that clinic, instead of getting it free, they're going to be paying their co-pays and their deductibles. So,
I do have a follow-up question for that. And then I have a separate.
Okay, you're in the queue next, so go ahead. You're on this agenda on this.
Okay. Yes. So, is this time sensitive to this month?
Yes, it is. The current vendor relationship, I think, is.
So, the current relationship that we have with Concentra will expire at the end of the month, or the end of next month, rather.
End of April.
End of April.
Okay. Again, I remember asking these questions at the agenda review, and I don't remember having the responses, so I can't do my due diligence and effectively spend taxpayer dollars. I'm a steward of taxpayer dollars. So I have to be able to justify this expense to our district. I don't have the necessary information to be able to make an informed decision about this. So
When she finished, I'm just letting you know when she finished. Thank you.
The new companies, are these nurse practitioners or doctors?
I believe they're doctors.
And the old company, were they doctors as well?
So the current contractor uses nurse practitioners or physician assistants, mid-level practitioners. The new vendor would be using physicians.
And were there any disruption factors that we took into account for this?
No.
And what's the out-of-pocket cost currently for the employees?
It depends upon the plan options that they have.
Whatever they've chosen from our health plans.
But we do have pretty large deductibles on most of our plan options.
And will those numbers change with the new?
That's not the anticipated.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because currently there's no copay for the employees at this time to utilize these particular clinics.
That's correct.
And it's cheaper for them to have a family plan at these particular clinics, whether if they go to an emergency room or another doctor. Like, for instance, if it's, me, my husband, my 2 children, their plans are cheaper for them to go there if they fall under a certain pay scale category with HISD.
Well, we do have a select plan program, and they do have a near-site clinic option and additional clinics throughout Houston that they can utilize at no cost. So they have other options. All the other employees would just have options for this on-site clinics. But if employees utilize those on-site clinics, there isn't a direct cost to use them. Keeping in mind, though, that the clinics only do certain types of procedures. So it's generally routine acute care needs that are provided through the clinics. So we're not trying to substitute someone's primary care services. But yes, by getting those services
so it's cheaper there. So if this does not move forward now for this year contract, we only just looking at you said like a $1.something million, right? Because at 8 years over the next, is it 5 years or so that you have here?
Correct.
I can't see. Yeah, over the next 5 years. So only you're just looking at $1 million. And actually you're saying if we cut this away, there's really no savings to us basically whatsoever. So it's just talking about like an even spending for those employees. So there's no cost saving, no misuse of funds. It's just like a very minimal difference in savings. That's what I heard you say?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that it's not like an enormous amount of money that we're talking about. My biggest concern, I was just concerned about usage to make sure that we're actually utilizing these facilities. And based on what you said, our employees are, especially those to afford affordable health care. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Lita, is it on the sub-item?
Yes. I believe during agenda review I asked a question. I didn't get any information. And I believe Dr. Barajas, you were talking about this in terms of the traffic of how many patients actually use this facility. Do we have a number?
I want to say it was about 3,800, 3,900.
3,900.
This past year were the number of employees that are members that used it. Yes, thank you.
I just want to, in terms of usage and cost effectiveness.
Yeah, so there were 6,273 visits.
6,273
visits at the clinics this past year.
By 3,900 employees?
Yes.
Visits?
Members, because it could be dependents.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other trustees that want to weigh in on this sub-item before we go back to the rest? Yeah? Go ahead.
I just want to know the dollar amount on those visits. Is it worth it? Does the cost benefit, is it cost efficient?
Well, these are the questions that I asked the departments I work with. A on-site clinic is a benefit to employees. And you have to ask yourself, is the benefit that we are providing to employees worth the cost? Is there utilization to a level that suggests that we can continue to fund this? Again, this is being funded out of the self-insurance fund that we all pay into, employees as well as the district. And when we discussed this back in the fall, my question was, what is the efficacy of having these if they're not properly located in our district because we are so big? Is there a lot of utilization? If there isn't, then we'd be in the reverse where we'd be asking you, we're going to shut down the on-site clinics, and you'd be saying, oh my God, you're taking a benefit away from employees. So now we're actually coming to you and saying we want to continue this benefit for employees with another company called Next Level, who's going to have doctors there instead of the others to see it for this next year. Again, we're asking for a time period, but we are going to be monitoring this, and at some point, if we feel that to do away with this benefit to employees in some way will help us revamp the health insurance plan in a way that can mitigate the for sure increases that we're all going to be paying in health insurance, we'll certainly bring that back. But again, this is a way for us to look at how can we continue to offer this benefit to employees if that benefit is worth having it. Now, not every district who is self-insured is going to have a on-site clinic. But again, these are questions that I'm asking for the people that I work with is, have we visited this from a perspective of, yes, we have them, but if nobody's using them, then let's get rid of them and try to rethink how we're going to do this, knowing that for those 3,000 employees who are using the clinic and maybe use it every year, perhaps every month or every season, it's no longer there. They may be signing up to talk to you about why did you take the on-site clinic away. So we have this, where do we go with this? We are making decisions based on what is in the best interest of the health insurance fund, i.e. for the employees who are using the fund. So that's where we are now, and our recommendation, which we brought to you tonight, is to continue with this service to employees, albeit with another company based on the RFP process that went through. This company we feel will provide better services to our employees at a higher cost. As you see, the 5-year cost was $6.6 million, and over this next time period, it's going up to 8.6. Everything is costing more. But again, we have to manage that in a way that says, yes, we're going to continue to offer this benefit to employees. And at such time that we feel that the benefit is no longer viable, we'll make a recommendation to the superintendent to say we're going to go ahead and take the on-site clinics away and let the fireworks fly from that. So it's just a decision we have to make based on in the best interest of the health insurance fund.
And thank you, Dr. Barajas. I absolutely agree with you. I do believe that this is a benefit for our employees. However, being someone that did utilize the clinic and knowing my colleagues that did it was not a benefit. And we, as teachers, thought it was a complete waste of money because when we showed up, they did nothing for us. The flu shots were offered on campus, and that's about the extent of which this wellness clinic could do for us. And so I am going to proceed with caution, and I absolutely agree. I speak with my constituency. I talk to employees of HISD that reach out to me, and I want to make sure that we are being cost effective, number one, and number two, we are honoring our employees, because if we are going to increase their health care cost, then I want to give them something of value, and that's why I'm asking these questions. So I'm proceeding with caution, but again, if we continue to offer the same benefits, then there is no point in continuing with that.
So may I have a motion on all of the agenda items? Yeah, minus the one that we pulled out. So I'm going to go back and read the agenda item. Approval of vendor awards for purchases over $100,000 and ratification of vendor awards for purchases under $100,000.
Did you take out agenda item 19, 12, 17? I wanted to sever that or divide it.
19, 12, 17.
It's on page 203.
Page 203. Go ahead and make a motion.
Okay. So please go to packet page 203, the item titled rental space for various departments. Why do we need to spend $25 million renting space when we have so many new and remodeled buildings throughout the district? When I asked this at agenda review, the administration said we needed those buildings for parking. $25 million for parking? I cannot support this. So I move that we sever this project from item I1 and vote on it separately.
Is there a second?
Because this is my first time hearing of that particular item. May I ask a question, please? I'm sorry, I don't have mine.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask legal. Between the motion that we have on the table and we have a question, is it appropriate to take the question as part of protocol?
You can second and answer the question.
Under Robert's rules, the actual motion to divide is not debatable. So are you talking about this item or another item?
This one item. This one item.
Well, once we divide it, then you can discuss it. Yeah.
Okay.
But right now we're just voting on whether or not to divide it.
So we have a motion on the table to divide it. Do we have a second? Okay, please vote. Okay. We We have 5 for, 1 against, 1 abstain, and 2 absent. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues on this divided item? Please, yes, Trustee Adams.
I was, you can sit down, Ms. Alexis. I don't think she's standing like, I'm ready. I have concerns about this item. I wasn't here, but I was watching. I was watching at my desk, and I have concerns about this. One thing that I think that we need to take hold of caution is when we separate things. If we separate it, let's just separate it. Don't add anything to it, because I get offensive because I'm a Christian. And for someone to say that I'm removing this item because of, Christian and everybody don't believe, well, a couple of months ago, we removed the day because it was a Jewish holiday. And I think we need to be very careful, because we don't know who sit at this table. And I know there's no other buildings that can hold this, whether it's Christian, and it's a center. It's not held for the church, it's held for a center. But to get that comment, and I'm just letting you know, as a Christian, as a believer, for the comment to be made, we have to take this because everybody don't share the same Christian beliefs. And when we voted on a Jewish holiday, it was forced that we vote on it. So I'm thinking we should not,
thank you, Trustee
we shouldn't do that, So that's just, and I'm going to stand on that, and I'm going to stand on in that case, we should have Good Friday and everything like that. So I don't think we should get into that debate, Christian and non-Christian, because I'm offended because that's my faith, just like Jewish was someone else.
Thank you. We want to respect everybody's time. Okay, Trustee Sung.
Thank you, Madam President. We divided the item. I think we, by the way, have to make a motion for one of those divided ones. But anyways, we're talking about the 1912-17, right, the rental space. So my question to the superintendent is, if this is not approved, then will we still be able to do the professional development? Do we have like an alternate plan to like do it at schools, et cetera?
No, because part of the issue, it was beyond parking that was discussed at agenda review, is we have professional development opportunities going on during the school day. And so we need spaces, breakout classrooms, and for professional development. We have a number between now and the start of school of professional developments that have already been scheduled. So if this does not pass, then we will have to go still look for options of spaces to rent. So we can't accommodate the district this size, all of the staff we have in certain locations.
Okay, so the space here at Hattie Mae White, et cetera, there's not alternative facilities that could be.
We utilize the space here at Hattie Mae White. We utilize our North Forest professional development. So we're utilizing spaces, but like I said, based on the number of trainings that we need to provide, we need additional spaces, and we need to be able to have the option and flexibility to rent those spaces.
Okay.
Ms. Okada?
If I could just add one comment. If this item doesn't pass, and if you hold the item, pull the item, we will not be able to rent any space at any location because we won't have a solicitation, we won't have approved vendors to do so.
Okay. I would like to say that I philosophically, agree with doing trainings in schools, right? That's where I think I had most of my trainings when I was a teacher. But I also understand that occasionally there may need to be trainings at larger spaces. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Trustee Santos.
The majority of professional development is done within those 2 weeks of beginning of school. That's when we host large numbers of employees to go to large facilities. Those 2 weeks, there's 2 weeks of professional development. It's 480, that's $25 million. It's 480 teachers, that's 4,863 basic allotment. It's almost 5,000 students that we could be funding their education. It's $25 million. For an expensive parking lot, that's that's all I have to say.
I would like to just add that the proposed is beyond just the 2 weeks, and I want to give you some dates just to kind of put it in perspective of some future trainings that have already been scheduled. So on April the 3rd, we have our IT meeting. April 17th, there's an IT meeting. April 17th and 18th, the Kagan meeting. May 1st is the IT meeting. May 3rd is our Ascending to Men's culminating activity, which is a summit. May 29th, Windsor Village Elementary School graduation, 5th grade graduation. May 30th is Caldwell Elementary Kindergarten program, 6-1, 6-12. So it's not just the 2 weeks in August that we have trainings.
And Dr. Layton, if I can add, I just want to remind the board, if you recall when we're approaching hurricane season, you recall when we had Hurricane Harvey, we had to hold off-site meetings. If you don't, okay, so we will not have a location in the event going into hurricane season. That something happens at some of our campuses, we won't have a space to have.
I mean, I would need to see the numbers that you just stated, because all those things that you said could be hosted at Del Mar, those could be hosted at a very large high school. Every single one of those IT departments. How many numbers are at how many people does Kingdom Builders hold? Number one. Number two, that was, I mean, with all due respect, I was at those trainings at Kingdom Builders during Harvey. Our entire staff was sent there, and it was not a, we weren't developed professionally at all there.
So the event spaces has a capacity from 10 to 2,300 guests. Del Mar does not have breakout rooms. It is one facility. It's a stadium, so it's an indoor stadium. It does not have breakout facilities and opportunities there. And also KBC is a 501c3.
Trustee Lita?
I just wanted just to clarify, you mentioned that if this doesn't pass or gets postponed, that we won't have an opportunity to look for other sites, other vendors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but that wasn't the issue. The issue is whether we can use our existing facilities for some of these. And I know Madam Superintendent just mentioned some of the upcoming events. A kindergarten program that you mentioned that requires that large size venue. Perhaps there are some additional places for that.
I'm sure for the kindergarten, but for the other summits and large size trainings, no. But
I know prior to this, there was the usage of Chavez High School for large venues. West Side is an option, but no one wants to go out there because we're close to Katy. But this is more centralized. However, we do have a lot of existing facilities. And I don't know if we can sunset this for the remainder of this year because it's already set for the calendar, but I don't know. It just seems pretty excessive, the fee here. And is it for location, not so much space?
Thank you, Trustee Lita. Trustee Adams?
Thank you. Alexis or Mr. Buzzy, I don't know who can answer this, or Madam Superintendent. One of the biggest reasons, since parking is the issue, some of the training that we have that's moving forward, when it's during the day and school is in, will we have adequate parking? I think even though since parking is the issue, and now we're talking about bringing it back, again, that's not what I was told. It was based because it was a Christian organization, Christian don't believe, and that's going to continue to stick in my mind. But with this right here, will we have the adequate parking for this? Because right here, I'm like really offended right now. I've been trying to hold my peace all day to be nice and cordial, but I'm tired of being bullied and talked to like I'm crazy. But will we have adequate parking for these facilities if this does not move forward based on what we have? And I agree with Dr. Lear, we're already set in stone already. So we cannot make, change in the middle of the street and try to rearrange graduations and all those things. But since parking is the issue, if we do bring it back to our facilities during the day when these are held, when schools are in session, will we have adequate parking? The buzzers for me.
Trustee Adams, at the majority of the 2012 bond schools, there's not accurate parking for there to be school and a district-wide training at the same time. Most of the 2012 bond schools are still under construction for site work, which is the fields and the additional parking that's part of their packages. So the parking that we have now, which is mostly on the temporary certificate of occupancy to occupy the building, is just for students and faculty.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. That concludes my question on this item.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead, if there's no further discussion from my colleagues, we're going to go ahead and take a vote on this separated item, I-1A project number 191217. we have a second? Okay. Please vote. Okay. Motion passes 5-4, 2 against, 0 abstain, 2 absent. Okay, I'd like to ask my colleagues to entertain the balance of this agenda so that we can go ahead item, so that we can vote for this, the rest of the I items.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
Rest of the item. They did it in parking, they just did it with the 5.
Trustee Skiller and Jones. Okay. 7-4-0 against, 0 abstentions, 2 absences. Okay. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item K1. Proposed revisions to board policy AE local educational philosophy, second reading. May I have a motion? Second? Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Please buzz in or raise your hand. Okay. Trustee Santos?
Okay, I initially supported this because I do think our focus needs to be centered on students, and we have drifted from that. As a board, we have drifted from that. I'm going to propose an amendment, and this is an amendment to safeguard so that we can bring equity to in educating the whole child. So my amendment is as follows. Immediately following the sentence in the proposed policy change that reads, the board shall not spend more than 50% of its time on non-student outcome-related discussion, add the following sentence. If more than 5% of the board's time is spent on test score-related discussion, all time beyond the 5% shall count as non-student outcome-related discussion for the purposes of this policy. And Dr. Alita, I included the cute little graph for you. Thank you. You're welcome. And so,
Okay, so we have an amendment on the table. Is there a second? Okay. Are there any comments from my colleagues on the amendment? Comments from my colleagues on the amendment? Take a vote.
Is it written? Is it written?
Can you please reread it?
I gave everybody a copy of the amendment. It's immediately following the sentence in the proposed policy change that reads, the board shall not spend more than 50% of its time on non-student outcome-related discussion. Add the following sentence. If more than 5% of the board's time is spent on test score-related discussion, all time beyond the 5% shall count as non-student outcome-related discussion for the purposes of this policy. So, yeah. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is instead of talking about STAR all the time, we're going to have other student outcome topics besides testing. Measures of diversity in schools, access to counselors, community schools implementation, suspensions, expulsions, outcomes of restorative practices, attendance, class sizes, access to advanced AP classes, access to arts, access to extracurricular activities and after-school programming, special education identification rates, counselors to student ratios. Upon reflection, I have grave concerns that this policy can be hijacked and it will just be STAR-centered all over again. So I think that putting a cap at the 5% for STAR would benefit this board.
Trustee Lita.
Thank you, Madam Vice President and Madam Superintendent. Trustee Santos, I do like this idea, but I'd like to move to amend the amendment that if we're going to focus on 5% of the conversation, of the 50% on student outcomes, to 10%, because it's directly related to our goal number 3, which is focus on student assessment. And student assessment, we need to be able to have that clear discussion, campus principals, teachers, PLCs, everyone that's in a core subject, that's in a testing environment, are daily discussing student assessment. So I think we need to make sure that we don't constrict ourselves too tight, that we allow at least 10% of the discussion on student outcomes to student assessment. And student outcome does not imply just student assessment. It implies graduation rates, dropout rates, and other criteria, global learning criteria, so therefore college readiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lita. Trustee Skiller and Jones?
So I'm probably not going to support this motion because sometimes I like to talk about why I don't like testing. Sometimes I like to talk about over-reliance on testing. Sometimes I like to talk about the prep for testing and how negative that it has an impact. And so if we are going to do that, I think that needs to be part of the consideration too, because we often have those discussions about the negative impacts of testing in getting the administration to reduce test prep and to reduce, well, anyway, so I think that's also part of the discussion we're going to have. And I think that also is a reflection of student outcomes.
I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that anything above or beyond.
I wasn't, I mean, it wasn't.
We have Trustee Duggar that's next in the queue. Thank you.
Protocol.
Trustee Duggar.
Whoever's next.
All right. So I appreciate the spirit behind this. You know, I don't want to spend all my time talking about STAR either. I don't think that is a measure of the outcomes of our students. I don't think it tells us what they do or do not know. It is a measure of progress towards something the state has mandated to us. What we do have in our board policy are other student outcome goals that every month we monitor the progress towards. Some relate to STAR, some don't. And you listed a lot of other things that you are interested in monitoring. I think there's merit in the concern over those things, but they're not the outcomes of the kids. They're the inputs that lead to the outcomes of the kids. Their access to the AP courses, but how are they doing on the AP courses would be the outcome.
Thank you, Trustee Nygaard. Trustee Sung.
So a question for my colleagues. Practically speaking, how do we keep track of this? Like at what level do we measure this, right? Because I'll often, start comments talking about some scores, but then be going into strategies and so what? So are we actually parsing our time kind of sentence by sentence to figure out which pieces are test scores, which are not, and also what are tests, right? Our Lexile levels, those are things that are sometimes assessed, right? So when we're assessing our EL students to determine their, is that a test, So just kind of practically help me understand how this would work.
You're next in the queue.
Okay, so Trustee Duggar, I absolutely agree with you, first of all, and it's just so much of our time is spent on STAR, and our goals are linked to STAR. So if we had different goals, then we could use different ways to measure. But if we continue to measure, have our goals tied to STAR, then that's what we're going to be talking about. That's what I meant by 50% of the student outcomes are going to be hijacked by STAR. So this is just a safeguard to say, hey, let's not talk about STAR for all this time. So anything other than STAR would be talked about.
Okay, so the language here is test score, right? Not just STAR, right? So I wonder, if that's going to affect our ability to talk about other kinds of assessments that are important for special ed students or ELs, et cetera.
Right, and the Scholastic Reading Inventory was a perfect way to gauge Lexile scoring, and I would love to talk about that. I would love to talk about Lexile scores as opposed to. Anyway, well, maybe we can. How could I? Let's see.
So for me, this feels like perhaps a second board self-constraint that we could work on. So I think it would be really helpful actually to track how our student outcome time is used. Like within student outcome time, I'm really interested to see how are we talking about, how much are we spending talking about test scores, how much are we talking about progress measures, how much are we spending talking about interventions and programs, how much time are we spending disaggregating data. I think there's some really interesting things we could do to break out our time, but I think we need to be thoughtful about, like, take an actual meeting and try separating that out and seeing what that looks like. And I love the idea of thinking about our goals and the validity of them, and do we want to rewrite them, and if we're changing a constraint over to another goal, right, or maybe adding a goal. So I would, I support that.
Yeah.
But I've concerns about whether this is ready right now for adoption. Thank you.
Next in the queue, we have Trustee Guygard. Have you had the opportunity to speak on this item yet?
I spoke once.
Okay. We're doing second. We have Guygard, Lida, and Trustee Adams.
In my comments, I didn't get to my question, and I thank Trustee Sung for expressing part of it is my concern over the practical, at least how it's been presented. We haven't had enough time, I feel, to discuss this and talk about how we could actually implement it so that we're still doing the work that we feel we need to do on monitoring the progress towards making sure our kids know how to read, making sure they're ready to go to college or enter a career, those kinds of things, and what tools we're using to measure, what things we're looking at. And so that would be my question is, what would, it says no tests. Before there were state mandated standardized tests, I still took tests in school. There were still, and I also got the Iowa test, so what, I kind of want a definition of what the measurements will be and what instruments will be used and what would comply with what you're going for and what wouldn't.
Trustee Lida? Trustee Lida?
Thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate everyone's comment on this, but in reality, I've been on the board almost a year and a half now, and we talk about revising goals and constraints and progress measures, but in reality, we haven't even done that. So I'm thinking in terms of a general in the Army or someone like that has a clear objective, a clear mission that you're dedicating resources and personnel to. And if we don't align our goals, and if we're not focusing on our goals, then we're going to be missing our objective. And then goal number 3 says that if any student is low performing on any assessment, we have to be able to discuss that. And that's what drives administration. That's what drives teachers. And if we limit that discussion, I'm afraid that we're going to miss our goals. So if we can talk about goals, but we haven't had the opportunity to change these goals. They're no longer here, but I appreciate the rhetoric, but in reality, we need to really focus on our students and making sure that we're meeting our goals.
We have Trustee Adams.
Can I make a motion that this be referred back to policy committee so they can go over it? Because it seemed like the ones that's having the most discussion are the ones who actually created it on the policy committee. So I think it needs to go back. So I make a motion that it be referred back to the policy committee, that it can be vetted out, and that we can have full discussion so we can understand, the purpose of her motion. We can understand Dr. Leary's concerns as a whole total board. And I wish that we can create an amendment too that says that no amendments can be brought forth before it goes to the policy committee first, before full vetting, before it comes to the board.
Is there a second on the motion? For this item to go back to policy committee before we take a vote? Okay. Lisa.
Yeah. There's an amendment to an amendment, right?
I just saying we could be so bad.
Did Sergio make an amendment to an amendment?
Dr. Leary, did you make an amendment to her amendment? Oh, so we have to vote on yours first.
There wasn't a second, was there? There wasn't a second?
The only way that we can avoid not having to do 3 motions is if Trustee Santos, if you were in agreement with Trustee Lyra's amendment to your amendment, restate your motion to include 10% rather than 5. Otherwise, we have to go through your amendment, then deal with Trustee Lyra's amendment, and then technically.
Was there a second to Dr. Lita's amendment?
I don't even know if was there a second to trustees. There was a second. Okay.
To mine.
It is second. I'm gonna look to board services. Did you catch whether or not there was a second to? No second. Okay, so it's not before. You don't have to worry about that.
I do. I want to honor Trustee Adams, what she said, and I also want to honor Trustee Sung and Trustee Lita's input on this, because I know that we have been working, and I don't want to take away from the work having student-centered conversations. But we already talk about STAR all the time. Voting on this without a safeguard is going to be irresponsible. So I think the 10% is a healthy compromise. We can talk about what the 40% is, Trustee Dygard, but I know what I don't want it to be. I don't want 50% of STAR discussion. So if I can go back and say, we're amending my motion with Dr. Lita's motion, if more than 10% of the board's time is spent on STAR score-related discussion, all time beyond that 10% shall count as non-student outcome-related discussion for the purposes of this policy.
Second. I have a comment on this. Sorry. Well, I haven't had the. I haven't.
Okay.
I just think that I believe that there's a way that we would be able to do it either on a board self-constraint or on a constraint for the superintendent. Also, as consideration, if you go back to take it back to policy committee, just thinking about other ways where we can do that, because I think it's important to talk about how our students are doing and the strategies and how we're supporting the superintendent and making sure that our teachers have what they need. So I want to have the goal. I think there are other ways of going about it. I don't know if that's just where I'm at right now.
Well, think back, Trustee Holly Flynn Villaseca, when you did your lesson plans and you had a goal and you weren't going to meet, you weren't going to go there. So there are a lot of constraints that this board has on the administration, but the one thing I know I don't want is STAR, because even with the constraints that we do have, we have over-testing, test prep, and kill drill all in our school, even though there's a constraint that says that there cannot be that. And there's ways to get around it. And I do not want to focus on STAR. And there's no constraint that's going to say that the administration can't do that.
All right.
If you get a second, I didn't hear whether or not you got it. It is a preferential motion to amend, so we would have to take that first before we took the motion to amend, according to Robert's rules. I just looked at it.
Because I'm hearing a lot of discussion of differences at the table, and I'm thinking it needs to go back, so when it comes back, all those questions can be answered if need be, so we'll know how to move forward, so we can definitely understand, because remember, we're still under Long Star governance, and we committed at the retreat as a board that it would be 50%. We agreed on that at the retreat, that it was 50%, and this discussion never came up. So that's my only concern. And then remember, we agreed to 50% at the retreat. This never came up, about the 5 to 10. So now it's knocking us off what we agreed to at the retreat as a whole. We all said yes. So I'm kind of confused now. So we're going back on what we agreed to. Sung worked very hard on the 50%. She broke it down. So now we're going back and retracting. That's why I'm asking for it to go back to the policy committee, vet it, come back. Remember, we all said yes, or we just voted up or down. Because the conversation at the board, at the table should be happening. Is either we voted up or down, or it goes back. That's just my opinion. Because remember, we had the retreat, and we said 50%, guys. We did say that. So, but it was moved and seconded for that to go back.
So you're going to Yeah, you're voting on the motion to refer back to. Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the motion to refer that this goes back to the policy committee. When is the next policy committee's meeting? Can you please announce that? If it's posted or you have a
It's not
date
posted yet, but I'll have one up soon.
Okay.
Can you please work with the whole committee on scheduling?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. To refer to policy committee. Seven, 4-0 against, 0 abstentions, 2 absent. We're going to go ahead and go to item K4 for discussion. Proposed revisions to board policy, BDB local, board internal organization, internal committees, first reading. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? I have Trustee Sung.
So since this is a policy that would affect the audit committee, I think it would be helpful for this to go to the audit committee to review and to be able to explain what this would mean. So as a member of the audit committee, I don't really have a clear understanding of the intent behind this. So I move to refer this item to the audit committee.
Second.
You can comment.
You can go ahead and comment. Go ahead, Trustee Dygard.
So, sorry. The problem I have with that is the audit committee worked really hard last year and we voted on this policy in December. And we voted on a revision to the audit committee charter in that December meeting as well. A lot of the comments that I heard today, suggestions such as, community members on the committee, like that's in the charter. Like there are a lot of things that I heard from the public. And I guess I don't understand why, March, 3 months later, it's back on an agenda when we just did this work.
Well, it didn't come through policy.
It didn't come through the audit committee. And so I was going to actually make a motion to table it, but if my colleagues would prefer to take it back to committee and discuss it, but my preference would be...
I amend my motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay.
I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
It never comes back? It can come back. It can come back. It doesn't come back at a prescribed time.
Okay.
No, it isn't.
We have a motion. We already have a second. So let's go ahead and please vote. Seven, 4-0 against, 0 abstentions, 2 absent. Okay. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item K5, which is proposed revisions to board policy BED local, board meetings, public participation, first reading. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Okay. Are there any comments or questions? We have Trustee Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. You all had a question or concerns about the agenda review process. The purpose of that particular item reason why I made that suggestion was because during this type of meeting, when you come up and talk to us about agenda related items, we cannot communicate back to you. And we cannot ask someone to answer your question and we are rushing. Well, agenda review, you're able to address us about your question. We're able to probably at that time get an answer for you and we can have dialogue. So that was the purpose of that particular item. And I want to thank Trustee Song and the board for adding this in there because I think that's very important since we're talking about public engagement. And that's all I just wanted to say on that.
Trustee Dygard's up next.
Ms. Dygard.
Thank you. I was part of the conversations that led to this policy, so I understand and appreciate the direction we're trying to move in on this. The problem I have is, and I've expressed this for a year now, when we add things to an agenda after agenda review, and to me something that was so, that affects the community, for them to not hear us discuss it at agenda review is problematic to me. I thought this was it says new. It says, well, anyway, regardless of that, I would like to recommend that between first reading and second reading, that we have a workshop as a board on community engagement, and in as much as we legally can, do it with with community members that would like to participate, so that we can have a collaborative conversation with the people that we impact with this policy.
Thank you, Ms. Killer-Jones. So I don't know if this is an appropriate time, but the timeline that we talked about earlier, would that fall underneath this policy? When are we, would that?
It wouldn't be read in terms of the policy wouldn't go into effect.
Because I was told this is where we would discuss B1.
Yeah.
So is that not the case?
The timeline doesn't require a policy change. It could. So the policy that governs meeting preparation is BE, right? And we did discuss in January some changes to BE, but members of the policy committee felt that that was too fast, right? So we can go ahead and change the schedule and do a lot of things in the script without having to change BE.
So where do we discuss that, and how do we come to a consensus if there's not a vote on it?
I think we can talk about it now.
So this is the proper place to talk about it?
Yes, agenda review and today. And remember, this was actually postponed because it was on agenda review prior to that, and I withdrew it, so it didn't even make it back. So there was another opportunity for us to be able to have this discussion then. So this will be our fourth or fifth discussion that we have on this topic.
So my only concern with the timeline, and these are really great, thank you for working on that. I know it took a lot of hard work, but I do have some concern about us requiring staff to work over weekends in saying that, because some of our, staff, when you look at personnel, there's exempt employees, there's non-exempt employees, there's contract employees, and changing work hours is not the job of the trustees. Making it mandatory is not the job of the trustees. We shouldn't be involved in the structure of that. And when you cause people to work more than 40 hours because they've worked a 40-hour work week, then there's compensation or comp time or things that are associated with that. Not for what? I'm just saying. So I think before we do that, we need to look at what the personnel implications are and where our governance stands with mandating work hours.
Thank you. Next we have Trustee Santos, followed by Trustee Dygard.
Can you let
Trustee Dygard?
So since B1 is also being discussed at the same time, I just have, this, I know that this isn't a voting item and it isn't policy, and I think this is a lot of stuff that would go in a board operating procedures, but since this is the opportunity for comment on it, I do have a question about what happens, to question, if a trustee asks a question of the administration after this deadline, what happens to that question? Do we still expect the administration to push to respond, or are we going to accept that we're not going to get an answer? It puts it in a weird place, and we need to be cognizant of it. I'm seeing 2 deliveries of agendas to us, and then I comment on agenda review, 1 minute per item. I'd like to make a recommendation that we consider 1 minute per request for more time, 1 minute per board member that chooses to speak. And if it's something that needs a more robust conversation, then if a majority of us want to open it up for a second round of 1 minute each, that we can do that. And even if it's something that we really feel we need more discussion on, because it is agenda review, that as long as a majority of the members present votes to continue the conversation, that we at least leave the door open to not limit our work, so that we're not, I just remember other things throughout last year where we didn't feel like we could have the conversations that we needed to because we felt inhibited by our time to speak. And I just want to make sure we don't inhibit ourselves so much that we don't make the most prudent decisions because we didn't feel like we could have the full conversation. And then one comment again about the policy as proposed. We need to just clean up a little bit to specify that the speakers to agenda items speak at agenda review. It's implied, but it's not clear. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Adams, and then followed by Trustee.
That's the only reason why I was up. I'm sorry.
Has everyone had a chance to speak? Oh, okay.
Neither. Not on this item.
Okay. Not on this item?
Not on this one. Not on K5. This K5.
Okay, we'll follow with Trustee Adams and then Trustee Santos.
I mean, she can go. I can go last.
I was going to agree with you, actually, what you stated earlier.
Oh.
So let me go.
Go ahead.
Then followed by Trustee Adams.
I agree with Trustee Adams, Trustee Dygard. But agenda review is the right time, Trustee Adams, for agenda item for speakers. It allows the board to actually consider public input before acting on it. So agenda review, some of you bring the most amazing questions up, and I don't want to have to vote on something I know nothing about, and I can engage with you. You can come back to me. The regular meeting is too late for that. I don't think we should be limiting speaker time on number of speakers. Public input is vital to a functioning democracy, and Trustee Dygard, I absolutely agree, because this is really hard to try to do all of this in 1 minute. I like parts of this policy and hope we can change others. This is just the first reading, so we can take this back to the policy committee and adjust it, because it definitely needs some work. So,
Trustee Adams, followed by Trustee Lita.
Thank you. So this is when we can address B1 under K5. Is that correct? Okay. So a couple of concerns that I have, and I think Trustee Skilling-Jones hit on a couple of them. My question is the RFP process. When there's contracts in place and they're not there, that's number one. Number two, I want to ask the policy committee, when we drafted this, have the administration had conversation or consultation on this to talk to the superintendent on this issue? Superintendent, you've gone through this to see how it would disrupt staff, police, overtime, RFP, getting it done in time. I'm asking. No. Okay. So that's my concern. Because we're drafting things, policies, and we bypassing superintendent as board members. And then police. I don't know. Chief Cordova, are you here? I don't know if you're here yet. Is he here? Madam Superintendent, may I ask him a question? Chief Cordova, can you come forward? Maybe if I put on my glasses, I'll be able to see, Chief. There you are. Oh, you have your whole full suit on. Look nice, Chief. Look pretty nice. We got some budget somewhere. Yeah, good. Chief Cordova, have you seen our BE policy, update policy? Have they consulted with you concerning anything in this particular policy that you have concerns about that affects you at any time? Because I want to make sure that we're communicating with the right personnel before we introduce all these policies.
The one I've seen is adopted March 9th, 2018. Is there a newer one?
Did we adopt one March 9th? No, I think it's the one that just came. It hasn't been voted on yet. So is there any concerns in that particular one?
I want to make sure I'm looking at the same one.
I think that's the only one. Have we had another one, Madam President?
No,
we're talking about K5. Right. No, about B1. But so I'm making sure that everyone has been communicated concerning this. I'm hearing superintendent has not.
Well, I will say this. We do have a policy committee meeting, and the chief of staff is present at all the policy committee meetings.
Okay. So you're saying that the chief of staff is not communicating back to the superintendent?
That's not what I'm saying, but I am saying that she does have one from cabinet present at each one of those meetings.
So just a point of clarification, are we talking about the board meeting structures?
The board meeting structures, I mean, we've answered everything underneath B1, because everything, and so make sure I'm on the right page. So with B1, it's telling that with the structure of date, we can discuss B1 under K5. So with the structure saying when we have this, questions are due, this is due in, this is turned in, this is this, agenda review, 13 days out, 16 days out, the pressure that this putting on the administration and staff, and also when we consider RFP process, contract process, how all of this is going to be looped in with the timeline for what we're trying to do.
Okay, so the information that Trustee Song presented today was received on Monday. That's the first
Which was
time
day
we
before
saw
yesterday.
that.
I mean Monday.
Yeah. So that's, if we're talking, are you referring to that information? So that's when we received it. The other conversations around policy, yes, we have staff there. We've been aware of those changes. But I know there were some conversations with Chief Cordova around removing of personnel, but there was supposed to be a follow-up discussion based on the information that was provided. So I just want to make sure we're
on the same page. That's why I brought him. That's why I brought him up. I'm just making sure everyone is on the exact same page. So I don't know, have you received your backup information that you're requesting about removing people and getting them out? And
As far as the research that we did? Yes, I did. Do we want to air it out? Or?
Yeah, that's why you're here, because that's why I wanted to go back, because I don't think that there's usually time for this, but since it's here, yes, sir.
Okay. So if there was a disruption where the presiding officer felt like, that's enough is enough and we need to end it, then they would send us a direction to take care of the problem. That actually is best practices. I've checked with the county, I've checked with the city of Houston, other ISDs, just other types of venues where there's either a board meeting or a commissioner's court or a city council. And even though legally we could do it without direction, the best practice is to wait for someone to give us direction.
On city council, I never gave directions, because if they saw something was happening, it was immediate. It was immediate, so I don't think that coincided with where I come from. It was immediate. When they threw the egg at Mayor White, it was immediate.
That would be obvious, but talking to the current administration at the city of Houston.
Right. Thank you, Chief Cordova.
Okay.
Trustee Lida.
Just a couple of things. Just a couple of things. I know that there's still a lot of information that was presented today. This discussion has been going on for a while. I believe it's the third time we talked about it. In our policy committee, Chief of Staff has always been there. And this information has been hopefully funneled up. But the other issue is that we have publicly stated some of the changes in other meetings. And this is just the hard copy of what we discussed. The other piece is that there are a couple of things. I know we're trying to provide more structure and more order, and I'm sure everyone would agree that that's a good thing for this institution, for this organization, is to provide more order and structure. However, change is not always easy, and I know that regular operating procedures will go ahead and continue, but these are just some tweaks that we have to make and tighten up. And also, I'm going to ask for extension of time in relation to our time limits on the agenda item and regular time. Could you give me an extension of time? Okay, this is a perfect example of what's going to happen when we change that. If someone asks for extended time, we want to be structured and a little bit more focused and organized and have a very respectful, orderly board meetings and agenda reviews where we have community input, but at the same time we don't want to be too tight where we don't have the opportunity for folks to extend their time, to extend their concerns, and the whole purpose, the intent is to have community input. That's why we're creating a new system, not to exclude, but to include more community input and more engagement. So that's the intent behind it. Now, in terms of administration, that information should have been, I'm surprised, Dr. Layton, that this is new to you. But I don't think it's going to place an unreasonable burden, because things will continue as normal operating procedures. However, we're just going to have to tweak a little bit. And one more thing. Emergency meetings and extra special meetings can be called. That was excluded from the original discussion.
So just a few things. People have been giving me a lot of credit here. This is not my work, right? This is the work of the policy committee. I'm not even a member of the policy committee this year. I've showed up to a few meetings and, you know, at agenda review when there were questions about, so how do we get to 50%, right? I just raised my hand. I volunteer, right? I'll just bring together the stuff that's been discussed, right? And then, you know, organize it so that everybody can see all of it. So there's nothing new here. There's nothing here that wasn't in the document shared with the chief of staff. A lot of the, like the timelines and the fact that the questions go to the chief of staff, right? That's because of the conversations that we've had with the chief of staff. You know, that said, I think that this is just, you know, everything can be edited. And I think that certainly I don't think this is a finished product. So I'm grateful for everybody's input and suggestions and look forward to seeing how this continues to move forward. And then the last thing I want to add is with regards to your concerns, Trustee Scollin-Jones, I agree about the Q&A. We have to make sure our questions are reasonable, can be answered quickly. And because it's 3 days the first time around, 3 working days, I don't mean weekend days, and then like 1.5 days for those follow-ups later. Okay, so yeah. It does not require them, no. They get a lot more time during the work week to do this than teachers get to do their lesson plans.
Trustee Santos.
Okay. The intent behind K1 and Trustee Sung's presentation is actually for more transparency so that we have actionable input from our community. And I agree with Trustee Dargard in going into the community and engaging our communities in a district-wide community roundtable. I took this to my District 1 community meeting, and my community was in support. I gave them the timeline. We talked about meeting structure. We talked about community input. They were in favor because everything, the Q&A document, we're going to receive it in a more timely fashion. We were going to post it online for all our questions and responses and response time to be shown to the public. Although I think where we failed, or I'll take the blame on this one as a policy committee chair, is that the philosophy behind K5 it wasn't stated. But the intention for this is for more community input and more transparency. So you can see what we're actually doing. We're not just sitting here looking pretty. So.
I don't think I have anybody else in the queue, but I will say this. We started this discussion in February at the board retreat. We had it on the agenda review in February. We talked about changes coming. We talked about taking it out to your community and getting input from your community since February. Some trustees have done it. We've talked about this at the policy committee meeting. We shared a calendar. We actually were halted a bit by our board attorney saying there are certain things we could and could not do in parameters. Dates were shared. Timelines were shared. All this information has been happening since February. So I'm a bit surprised that Dr. Lathan, that you have not been informed at any point. And I have not attended all the policy committee meetings. But I do follow up with Lisa when there is a meeting so that I can get from her notes what it was that was discussed. Permission for extension of time. Does anybody object? So I just want to be clear about that because just want to make sure people know this is not the first time we've seen this. We've seen this over and over again. And I agree with Dr. Lita. Change is hard. And the system we currently have isn't working. And so we want to try something different. And I know that's going to be hard moving forward too. But you know, we need to try something a little different where we engage our community more and we actually listen to our community more, and we're not just showing up like we did tonight and taking a vote sometimes on real concerns and real issues that are brought up from our citizens that sometimes we as trustees had not heard about until the very first time, or even administration may not have known about. So we want to be able to look into those concerns and issues before we take a vote. And that is where we're going with this. And making sure that when we have questions and they're answered by administration, the public knows what the responses were. Trustee Nygaard.
So I just have a comment in response to that the item under B1 was initially discussed in the policy committee meeting, but this document here was not created in the policy committee with any conversation with staff, at least that I was part of as a member of the policy committee. And I just want to make sure, I think it's just unfair to presume that the administration understood where this was going and what stage it was at, because again, as a member of the policy committee, we had a conversation about it. I've seen the document, but I have not been part of a conversation where administration was present. Now, maybe some of our colleagues have had conversations with administrators, and I wasn't part of those spaces, so that's a different thing. But I just want to be clear: in the policy committee, there was an initial conversation about this, but this final thing didn't come out of that space where the administration was present.
So correct me if I'm wrong, trustees, the other people that are on the policy committee, or at least I've seen some of these items talked about and are actually gotten from the notes from the policy committee. So I think someone took the initiative, Trustee Sung, to actually organize those notes and put it in this format as backup to K5 because of questions. But we actually, if she wouldn't have done that, we wouldn't have even had this at all. We wouldn't even be discussing any of this today, because a lot of the stuff are just notes and things that have been talked about. If I'm getting the information right and reading the notes that are the minutes from the policy committee meeting, this stuff is in there, and it's just being pulled from in there. So, I don't know if anybody else...
But there was no final product that came out of the policy committee with the intent of presenting to the board. I don't have a problem with where this is going. I just want to speak to what the process was.
And I have Trustee Santos on the queue, so if you'd like to make a comment. Trustee Santos, followed by Dr. Lita.
Trustee Nygaard, this is just wrapped up in a pretty little bow. This is the conversation that we've had between all trustees submitting their discussions. We had our first rough draft was all the discussions. We brought it to policy committee meeting. We stood there, and all of this is just in a PowerPoint. That's all it is. All that information that was presented when Chief of Staff was there, I was there, the policy committee, GPS was there. This was all already there. All it is typed up and put in a pretty little PowerPoint. That is it. And so that's it. There's nothing different between what's in this PowerPoint and what was discussed in the policy committee meeting. So it's just a PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'm next.
Dr. Lita.
Yes, I'm just also dumbfounded by this, because those who were invited to the policy committee, and everyone's invited to trustees, not everyone shows up. However, when you mentioned that staff was not present, Chief of Staff was there, there was other folks there, Anita, legal counsel, was there, and so I consider her staff also of administration. But Ann Sung clearly drafted for us and tried to put it from abstract to concrete, these ideas, and she was actually graphing on wallpaper. Those wallpaper things. What do you call it? Chart paper. And we were all in agreement that she was going to finalize it and bring it forth, like what she did today, which is great. A lot of information, so that the public can know and be aware of what's going on. So I'm just dumbfounded that administration didn't know. And let me just also, Chair, got 13 seconds, that there's discussion about the equity policy. And I don't want this to come down 2-3 months from now that administration is not aware. But the reason it's not here, because it was funneled up to administration so they can flesh it out.
Thank you. Next we have Trustee Adams.
What we're discussing right now is a prime example on why, when information is documented at a committee, best practices have always been that it's sent to the president. And since everybody is not there, it should have been sent out to the board. It should have been sent out to the board as a whole to look at it, and if there were any questions, we can address it. I did not get this. Now, when I'm not here, I understand if y'all make policy committees that people can come to, not 8 o'clock in the morning when y'all stand there 4 hours a day. I'm not going to take out 4 hours of my vacation time to do that 2 and 3 times a week. Just not going to do that. When I was president, I made it that everyone, either in the evening time that everybody can attend or around lunchtime that people can take off. So that's my spiel. I'm not going to take 4 hours for HISD. I did that 2 years straight. I'm not going to do it again. But I'm thinking with that process, since this came down Monday, it should have been shared, this document, when it came out, it should have been shared with the board for any questions that we have. So that's why that we have questions tonight. Because as it was written, it just, to me, it should have been shared. And then too, I like to call the question.
I have a motion to call the question. Is there a second?
Done.
Second. Yeah, we have to actually right? We have to have, please vote to. Yeah, there is to call the question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just end discussion.
Yes, end discussion pretty much. Motion passes. Next, we're going to vote on the item as is, which is K5. So we can vote on K5. So we're voting, so proposed revision to board policy, board meetings, public participation, first reading. Please vote. Motion carries 7-4, 1 against. And again, this is first reading, so it will go back to policy committee before it's brought up for second reading. Can I borrow this? Was this the last item? All right, this concludes today's board agenda, and we are now ready to proceed to a hearing of citizens. Any citizen who's desired to appear before the Board of Education should have registered and filed an application. Did I miss something?
Yeah, you've done the balance.
You're ready. All right, where am I? Yes, you can tell I had a little break. All right, where are we? All right, we are now ready to consider the balance of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda by consent? Second. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? If not, please vote. We need this cleared. Thank you. We have two, Santos and Trustee Adams for the consensus of, thank you. Motion carries 8-4-0 against. Do I have a motion to approve the regular meetings of February 14, 2019, the hearing of February 21st, 2019, the special meeting of February 25th, 2019, the workshop of February 28th, 2019, and the agenda review of March 4th, 2019? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, please vote. Did I vote? Yes, I did. Ms. Keeler-Jones? Thank you. Motion carries, 0 against. We are now ready to consider items discussed in executive session. Are there any motions?
I move that the board authorize the district's attorneys to settle the matter of Bridget Lacey Henry versus Houston Independent School District in the 125th Judicial District Court of Harris County.
Second.
I know I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
I know. Cause number 2017-80135 on the terms discussed in closed session effective March 21st, 2019.
Second. There's a motion and a second. I will be abstaining since I was not here during the closed session item, so please vote. Trustee Santos. Motion carries 6-4, against, and 2 abstentions. Any other motions?
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under sections 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to submit a written complaint to SBEC to impose sanctions effective March 21st, 2019.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Oh, we can't.
Show of hands.
I know. Can.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Oh. There we go. 6-4, 0 against, 2 abstentions. Any other motions?
Yep. I move that the board approve the balance of the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts, and authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to provide notice of same, and that the board approve separation and release agreements and withdraw contract recommendations as discussed in closed session effective March 21st, 2019.
That concludes our closed session items. That concludes today's board agenda, and we are now ready to proceed with the hearing of citizens. Any citizens who desire to appear before the Board of Education should have registered and filed an application with board services by 9:30 a.m. today. The deadline to submit handout materials was also that time. I'd like to remind speakers that when addressing the board, please stay on the topic, refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education and Privacy Act. However, naming your own child is permissible in the course of stating your concern. Please understand that the public forum does not allow for dialogue with board members. The board cannot deliberate or respond directly to a speaker in this format. The clock on the wall to your right will count down your time and will signal when your time is up. We have 12 registered hearing of citizen speakers. Speakers during the hearing of citizens shall be limited to 1 minute each and cannot pass his or her time to another speaker. I ask that you please respect our procedures and other speakers and end your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Please note, if you register to speak to an agenda item and hearing the citizens, your name will not be called at this time since you had an opportunity to make your remarks during speakers to agenda items. We will be using the same format, calling speakers up so that you may come and sit in the front so that we can try to speed up this process. Thank you. We're going to start with Heather Coleman, Gustavo Coronado, and Neri Perez, if they are still here. Okay. Gail Stanford, Luis Antonio Adame, and Teresa Wade. And you are? Gail. Okay. You may proceed.
Good evening. I'm Gail Stanford. I'm petitioning the board to raise substitute teacher pay. Substitute teachers deserve and should be paid higher wages. The substitute teacher is one of the most important clienteles in a school district, yet the poorest paid. He or she is performing the same duties as the teacher of record, yet is paid a small fraction of that teacher's salary. The average substitute teacher's wage in HISD is $12 and to $13.13 per hour. That's equivalent to the hourly wages of a teenage babysitter. Yet the sub is expected not to babysit, but carry on the duties of the classroom teacher. I'm asking that the district raise the wages of non-degreed subs to $15 per hour, degreed but not certified to $20 per hour, and those certified by the state of Texas to $25 per hour. In addition, long-term substitute teachers who are SBEC certified should be paid the daily rate of the main teacher after a period.
Thank you. Teresa Wade, Karina Herrera, Maria Hernandez, Ramiro Fonseca, Leah Mohsin, Sister Mama Sonia, and Carolyn Pipkin.
Oh, good night. I've got a new song. Wake up everybody, no more fighting on board. You need to work together so our kids will get ahead. A board meeting without a contentious spirit. A board meeting with no disrespect among members. A board meeting with no cursing or foul language. A board meeting with no yelling. Where am I? I'm at the HAST board meeting. This is a new high. Civility is good. Number 2, Delmar Stadium still carries the name of one of the most racist board members ever lived. Yet our children are forced to fight and play under that racist banner. Please do something about it. And number 3, suggestions. Jackie Carr Stadium from Wheatley or Doc Evans from Yates. And number 3, please keep Dr. Lathan to become our permanent superintendent. She can make history. She's a jewel in our community. Wake up everybody, no more fighting on board.
Thank you. Carolyn Pipkin.
My son is a student at Chavez High School, and I've been trying to get an academic issue resolved since March the 7th of 2017. I have not had any cooperation from the school administration. This is my 4th time coming before the board. I have been referred to the East Area Superintendent's office. I met with 3 of them, and they don't follow up either. And I only hear from them when I request to meet with the superintendent to get my issue resolved. If they're telling you anything different, they're not telling the truth. I have not heard from anybody. I did outreach to the school once again, and once again, no follow-up. And then when I speak with the East Area Superintendent and his staff in September, they haven't followed up with the second meeting. And now, how long has it been? I'm looking at your facial expression. Think about how I feel as a parent. They're not doing their job. And I have requested to meet with the East Area Superintendent. If I'm not
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing of citizens. We are now ready to hear reports or comments from board members. Anybody has? Do you want to? We're going to start with Trustee Adams. If you want to pass, you can pass.
Okay, but I want to have a statement about the hearing of citizens. And I don't know where this is going to go, but policy committee, we have students that sign up for hearing of citizens, and we put them at the bottom. If we're going to make special preference to students, I'm thinking we should have a student hearing of citizens to go at the very beginning of before anyone talks, because they left. Because it's 10 o'clock. So I don't know where this needs to go when we're making those policy changes, but I'm asking us to please make this change. I don't know if you just need to just make it or it just happens so we can do it. We can take care of that. I really would appreciate that. And also thank you, Madam President, for honoring Madison High School girls today. Thank everybody for Project Prom on this past Sunday. Amazing event. The actual day will be April 6th, I think, at Milby High School. April 6th at Milby High School. And happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Trustee Nygaard.
Not good today. I think this is a good meeting. I don't want to go home.
Trustee Nygaard.
I'm good.
Okay. Trustee Villaseca.
Happy spring, everybody.
Happy spring. I also do want to recognize another athletic program. Westside High School girls basketball team made the semifinals for state too. So Westside Wolves, anybody that's tuning in, congratulations, very proud of you. And all of the other women athletes, those that we celebrated earlier today, that's an amazing accomplishment as well. So happy spring again.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of my colleagues. It's been very nice to be in my second year and actually been able to put in some work. So thank you so much, and thank you for being patient with me. But I do want to remind our colleagues and the public that with the Texas legislature in session, HB 3 is going to be on the forefront, and that we continue to put our money where our values are. So I definitely would like to see an increase in our PUA, and I want to support the teacher increase and all support teacher and all support staff raises. Teacher increase, you know what I'm saying? Pay raises for everybody on our campuses that put in the work with our students. Thank you.
Trustee Sung.
I'd like to thank Dr. Lathan, my colleagues, members of Team HISC that have been working hard going to the legislature to speak for our community and for our students. So thank you to everybody for that. Also, colleagues, we just took a big jump, right, today. So we set a really ambitious goal, right? We made a real commitment here, and I think we made a lot of progress tonight talking about how we might get to that, right? And I know that, this kind of work and change is messy, and I know that there's going to have to be further changes, and I look to Trustee Davila and to Superintendent Lathan to work together on next steps for this. Thank you both for your leadership, and finally, folks, pick up your thumb drives and read those audit reports. There's some going concerns. Okay, thank you. That's all. Good night.
You have them. Trustee Lita.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple of remarks. First of all, I don't want to give the impression that I support any, this over-testing culture. Being on campus and how I see how it's spread, and it just became a huge monster. But at the same time, I want to be able to be fair and make sure that teachers and everyone understand that assessment is important just to help with instructional program, but not let it dictate everything that happens on a campus. But the reality is a state-mandated test, and the school's accountable, and everyone's accountable until we get rid of that test. And then we have to deal with it, and hopefully we can work with it the best we can as an assessment tool, not a punitive tool. The other thing in terms of equity, one of my last duties, or one of my last things I want to, when I ended my chairmanship of their policy committee, is that we define equity, and we have an equity policy. A lot of folks were here earlier, and I know the RAC committee wants a definition of equity. It has been proposed. We have made changes. We want to make it more inclusive, and I believe it's been funneled up to. Oh, Lisa, have you? My understanding was going to administration, so therefore they can work out all. It's not an unreasonable burden, but the equity policy, and I appreciate those folks that were here. We want to make it more inclusive, not exclusive. And one more thing. I would want to appreciate Dr. Lathan and all the administration, Mr. Busby, and everyone that was involved in helping with the air quality control situation in our area. I want to commend them for being responsive and being in the forefront, and they're going to continue to monitor and make sure our students and our teachers and faculty member, everyone is taken care of, and we're doing our best to ensure, as we all know, their safety is first, and hopefully we can get a jump start on that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Skiller-Jones.
I want to take a second to give appreciation to the Public Ed Committee and the chairman of the Public Ed Committee in holding the line with HB3. Wasn't easy. It was a lot of fight, but also to the HFT, AFT, and all those who stood with them and went over spring break to help rally for that, and all the community who made phone calls, because I was hearing about how many calls went into the Capitol from across Texas. Also, young man at Booker T. Washington got first place in the rodeo. We want to say woohoo. And then we had several students to place in the art of the rodeo too. So congratulations to them. And if everyone would keep family in prayer, one of our former Wheatley students, 18 years old, was shot and killed last night. And so just keep his family in prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to thank administration for all the work that has been done these last couple of days after we saw the dark cloud that people thought it was going to be raining. I had a friend fly in and said, I thought a thunderstorm was rolling in. I didn't realize what was happening. And so we had a lot of worried families, administration, teachers, and staff. So I know additional nurses have been deployed to these campuses to ensure that not only our students, but the teachers and the faculty and staff and everybody else at those campuses are safe. And if you saw me disappear and reappear, today is my daughter's 15th birthday, and anybody that knows that a child from Latino culture, if you turn 15, it's a big thing, and she didn't want to have her birthday any day sooner. It had to be tonight, so had to sneak out, wait till she blew out the cake, kissed her goodnight, and then came back. So enjoy your weekend and see you at our next meeting.